I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of Township of Puslinch on October 27th, 2021 capital budget meeting. Roll call. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Borum.
Present.
Councillor Goida.
Present.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Okay. Next, we'll have our moment of reflection. Okay, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. Hoy-Fox, could you read the resolution for confirmation of the agenda, please?
The council approves the October 27th, 2021 capital budget agenda as circulated.
You can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Excellent. Any disclosure opportunity or interest today? None. All right. Mrs. Hannon and the senior staff, we had a discussion. She's going to break down this first report into chunks. We're going to try to focus our comments on the chunks. So I'll hand the table over to her, and we'll just progress through this first one, and we'll go relatively smoothly. Mrs. Han.
Thanks, Mayor Seeley. So we'll start off with the first few pages just of the report, just summarizing some of the items in there. As you can see, there's a request for pre-budget approval for the radio system update, and Mr. Big Rig will talk more about that as it relates to the capital budget sheet associated with that item. And then, so the purpose of this report is to provide obviously the proposed capital budget. So there's capital budget sheets included in a schedule to the report, as well as the 2019 to 2031 capital plan summaries. As done in the past, the 2021 completed capital projects and balances in discretionary and restricted reserves over the forecast period will be presented to council at an upcoming council meeting. So just giving a background on the process that we undertook. So the budget model was provided to department heads in August of 2021, and each department head met with myself and the Chief Administrative Officer to discuss the proposed capital budget and forecast prior to presenting it to council. As you may recall, on June 29th, we had a special council meeting looking at the budget review process and looking forward to 2022. And so page 3 of the agenda includes some of the items that had a capital component and staff's comments on those items. So this goes on to page 5 of the agenda, just discussing the capital components associated with the June 29th comments raised and staff's comments on those items. So after we're done discussing the body of the report, I'd welcome any questions from council, just so that we, as the mayor indicated, we'll do this in chunks. So the next section of the report, page 5 of 111, discusses what component of the capital budget for 2022 is proposed to be funded from the tax levy. So one item that's a significant tax levy funded item, and it's been our practice since developing the 2019 asset management plan and consolidating our asset management discretionary reserve to assist with funding current infrastructure, is the contribution to our asset management discretionary reserve. And then there are also other reserve contributions listed here, including the corporate information technology reserve and the gravel roads improvement discretionary reserve contribution. Any studies and plans are also funded are also being proposed to be funded by the tax levy. And also the concession 7 paving of the gravel road project has a small component that's tax levy funded. So the proposed capital tax levy is 1.5 million in accordance with this report. So the next section of the report just discusses the discretionary reserves and our bylaw that establish and maintain discretionary reserves. As you may see, there's the budget development and control policy that's been proposed for council later on in the agenda. And so these reserves are all outlined in that policy for moving forward. So this table here just discusses what the contribution to capital, operating, and total contributions to discretionary reserves have been over the last from 2013 to 2022 proposed. So page 7 of 111 of the agenda discusses the asset management plan and the recommendation that came out of the asset management plan in terms of maintaining a minimum target balance of 2 million and a maximum target balance of 4 million in that reserve. So in this table, I've outlined based on what the audited December 31st, 2020 audited balance was and what our 2021 budgeted contributions were to the asset management reserve. And of course, the 2020 surplus allocation to that reserve and previous year approved projects and proposed 2022 projects. What does the balance in that reserve look like? And it's within the 2 million to 4 million target as of December 31st, 2022. So the next section just talks about the gravel roads improvement discretionary reserve. Again, similar to the asset management reserve, I've outlined what our audited balance was, how much we contributed to the reserve in accordance with the 2021 approved budget, the total projected balance in the reserve as of the end of 2021, 2022 proposed contributions to the reserve in accordance with this report, and 2022 proposed capital projects that are being funded by that reserve of 263,000. So the balance in the reserve is also a positive balance as of December 31st, 2022. So on page 8 of the report, I'm just discussing our previous practice as it relates to the surplus allocation, and that will be provided to council after the 2021 audit is completed in March of 2022.
Mary, I'm
Sorry.
just going to interject real quick. I'm going to ask Courtney to share her screen, and then she can have the page up that you're speaking to.
Okay.
That help the majority of council.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mary, just to confirm, we're on page 8 of 111.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you just go down to the cash and move parkland component. Thank you. So the next section just talks about the cash and move parkland collected from 2013 to 2021. As you can see, it's increased over the years, and it relates to our change in our cash and lieu of parkland bylaw that I believe was implemented in 2018. And so this again discusses what the balance is as of September 30th. It's subtracted out 2021 approved capital projects that were funded by cash and lieu of parkland. And it's also subtracted out 2022 proposed capital projects funded by cash and lieu of parkland. And then there's also an estimate of 2022 funds to be received in cash and lieu of parkland. So the next section is regarding development charges. So it's just on page 9 of the agenda. And it discusses what the development charge collections were over the last from 2013 to 2021. As you can see in 2020, there was a significant amount of development charges collected and related to a developer that entered into a development charge credit agreement with the township in 2012. So at the bottom of this page, it's just discussing all of our different development charge restricted reserves and what the balance in those restricted reserves are based on 2021 approved projects and 2022 proposed projects. if you can go to the next page, Ms. Whitefox. So as you can see, it's a positive balance based on the proposed 2022 budget for all of our development charge restricted reserves. So page 11 of the agenda package discusses our major known capital grant funding and amounts per year. So the Canada Community Building Fund was previously the federal gas tax fund. In 2021, we received a top-up allocation that we hadn't known that we would receive until after our 2021 budget was approved. And so you'll see that our 2022 proposed budget has a higher allocation of gas tax funds being utilized to fund the Gilmore culvert replacement project in 2022. Also, just regarding the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund formula component, we're hopeful that we will receive an allocation notice, but it's not known at this time, just based on recent correspondence with the Ministry of Infrastructure. And so as soon as we receive as soon as we are notified of what our 2022 allocation will be, the capital budget and forecast can be updated accordingly. The next section of the report discusses the aggregate levy revenue based on aggregate shipments in metric tons. So the 2022 estimated revenue is based on an average of the aggregate shipments over the last few years. Similar to previous years, a portion of this funds the operating budget, but a bigger portion actually funds the public works capital budget as well. So the public works operating budget is currently proposed at being funded $228,000, with the public works capital budget currently proposed as being funded at $252,000. So at the bottom of page 12, it discusses how the capital forecast is being prepared. And so there's various studies. Obviously, the 2019 asset management plan is incorporated in there. We have more recent studies like our 2021 bridge and culvert inspection manual report. So those projects have been incorporated in the capital budget and forecast. And the results of the storm water management pond inspections to be provided in January, they'll be incorporated in the capital budget and forecast as well. So the next page just discusses what the capital budget and forecast is 2022 compared to previous years. And it is in line with previous years at 4.9 million is what's currently proposed. So there's a graph at the end of the report in Schedule E that provides this information in a chart and a graphical form as well. There's also some information about the proposed 10-year plan compared to the 2021 and 2020 10-year plans, and it's fairly consistent with last year. So I'd welcome any questions from council at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. San. I'll just remind council that we'll just try to focus our questions on the pages in the agenda from 1 to 14. They are similar to the actual page numbers in the reports, but that if you go into the page 14 of the reports, that gets us into the forward, the capital carry forward summary. So we just don't want to get into that quite yet unless it's absolutely necessary. And I will ask Ms. Whitefox if a member of council mentions a specific page, if you could share the screen. That's okay. And I'll support Councilor Bailey. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll have to get my page numbers. I've got a printed report. So I know it's similar page numbers, but it's not the same. So
whatever you have, we'll make it work. We'll make it work.
Okay. So I have a few comments and questions on the chart regarding to the special council meeting. Is that where we want to start then?
Sure. So that is, Courtney, that's just on page 3. if you want to share your screen.
I guess I just had a couple questions. The first one is just, I'm curious when the budget system is due to be implemented, because I can see from all the work being done how much of an asset it would be.
Yeah, so Councillor Bailey, that is a priority for Morella, our deputy treasurer, and I to be hopefully implemented for the 2023 budget, as well as the citywide asset management system. We're working through that.
Yeah, so it should be coming in 2022 to be ready for 2023.
That's the goal, yeah.
Yeah, okay. The increased service level related to benches. I guess a question for staff is just when would install of benches be appropriate? I'm just thinking in terms of going through the parks, all the changes happening there, and thinking it would probably be more appropriate to be waiting until that's sort of complete before putting in benches. But is there a plan around that?
So the implementation would ideally be through one of the phases of the Parks Master Plan if we're dealing with 23 Brock Road. Any other park location that would be identified, such as location, quantity of benches, that can be done basically anytime from spring to early fall. The consideration will have to be if council's desire is to have a poured cement pad to support these benches, or just basically like a stone dust foundation for the benches to sit on. So those are the considerations that would have to be discussed and implemented.
Okay, so you're looking to us to decide how many benches and where we're wanting them to go?
Yes, that would be a good starting point for parks.
Okay, and have there already been recommendations?
As of this time, I do not currently have anything on file indicating where additional benches would like to be placed.
Okay. In regards to the policy for trail entrance parking, I wondered if I had talked to Steve Gilmore, who's our Conservation Halton rep, and he did say that passive recreation is a focus for Conservation Halton. So I wondered if there was an opportunity to kind of partner with conservation or start the conversation around that shared space for where the township property ends and the conservation property begins. Is there opportunity for that?
Yes, for sure. For sure there is. What we're incorporating, as you recall, the roads management plan that we're working on. One of the tasks that's identified in there is when we go through a road redesign, we would be looking if there's a trailhead in the area, what potential there might be to incorporate some type of access construction at that time. And then given that it is infrastructure that's owned by other organizations, we would definitely involve them at that point to say, hey, we're going to be doing some construction on this road. There's a desire for some enhanced parking there. What can you guys contribute to it if we do go forward? Here's some potential options. Those types of things. So that it would be on a case-by-case basis that we would be looking at it as we move forward with specific road design.
Okay, and does that type of timing typically work, or by then have they said, oh, wish you'd come to us sooner to let us know all these different spots? Like, is there anything we can be doing sort of to preempt it?
We could send out some correspondence to all the conservation authorities and say, hey, there's been an interest expressed in some enhanced parking at your facilities. Is there like what's your thoughts on that? What are you able to contribute to it? Those types of things. And then say, we will be looking at it on a case-by-case basis moving forward during road reconstruction projects. But what's your plans for parking at your facilities?
Yeah.
We could come up with a correspondence like that to all of them and see where they go.
Yeah, I'd like to encourage that kind of approach if that's
Sure.
not too
Yep, we
time.
can do that.
moving on, I was the one that had put forward just a Frisbee golf course concept, and it really, the Frisbee golf course was just something I had thought of that was a free kind of event that the public could partake in. Kids, families. I know Halliburton has one, and it seems to be worked really well. But I'm happy to sort of remove this from the from the table. Just based on what staff's commented here, it doesn't seem like it would be kind of appropriate this time. So that's my comment for there. And my last question was about the park, the playground. Not at Borum. Well, it could be at Borum. Just wondered how the budget of 230, it's a budgeted cost, was come up with when we don't have an actual design. How does that work? Can you help me understand how we put in a number when we don't actually have a design?
So through the estimated amount, it was determined that A will be the size of the structure to begin with. Making play structures accessible is a higher price tag today than it was in years past. So that was just sort of the considerations in presenting that estimate. It is a very healthy estimate, but you know, until the determination is made of whether it be from public consultation or through council, the needs and wants of the type of play structure, that will be able to give staff a better understanding on exactly what's required, and then a more precise budget figure can be given.
Okay, so there's going to be flexibility in the design. It sounded like the rec committee had some ideas on how to, you know, come up with some different ideas. Maybe, Mike, do you have any idea how a natural playground compares in cost?
My understanding is a lot of the natural components that consider it to be natural are currently prohibited from a play structure, whether it be natural, like natural wood that has a tendency to splinter, cause slivers, things like that. So a lot of the play structures that you see presented nowadays are of like a high resin plastic or metal finishes that decrease the amount of potential injury to the users.
Right. I guess I was thinking more of the types of playgrounds where you build into a hill, you put the slide into the hill, and you.
Oh yes, that's still a possibility if a location was something like that was identified. You know, slides, climbing mechanisms can be built into the hill in conjunction with, you know, armor stone type things like that. The playing surface would obviously be either sand or wood chip. That's about as natural as and safe as possible. But other than that, any structures that were to be built would have to fall in line with today's guidelines as far as safety.
Right. Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for this section.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bailey. I need some clarification on the point you raised, Councillor Bailey. Mr. Fowler, in regards to the park benches, is it not a two components associated with that? One is a service level increase for replacement of existing benches to go to a higher standard. I don't know if it's a higher standard, but the concrete. And then the other component is additional benches through the renovation of the PCC.
Yep, that's correct. The identification of poured pads for the benches just enables the township to, if we'll say if the bench is fairly expensive, whether it be wrought iron or whatever the construction consists of, we just like to have the option to be able to bolt it down so it doesn't go missing.
Would it require weed eating around the concrete pad that we create?
Yes, currently any benches or picnic picnic table slabs require weed eating every time Parks is in that area to cut.
Thank you. Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you. Yeah, so I had on my notes a note about park benches as well. I appreciate the inclusion of the cost here because it helps. I think when we have requests in the future for additional park benches, and it brought to mind the request we had from residents in Morriston to at least replace the one that was donated by the community in the past. And if I were going to identify at least one that I'd like to proceed with, it would be, let's get that one replaced and use it as an example of anybody in the future who's looking for one of these will have the new policy in place. And it also creates opportunities for when we do the PCC lands expansion, that perhaps the township doesn't need to be the one that puts in all the benches at the beginning. But if we identify opportunities for future benches where the township might like some, it creates opportunities for other people to contribute to the project, much like happened with the Sesquicentennial Garden, where the benches are placed on concrete pads. And to the point about the weed eating around, is it not possible if the pads are set, flush with the ground, there's no weed eating required. The mower can just go right past, and that's part of the appeal of these, is it not, Mr. Fowler?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. Obviously, consideration can be given that when we dig out the pad and place the forms, that they can be at grade.
Super. And if we use the example again as a Sesquicentennial Garden, those that were donated, there's opportunities with a concrete pad to apply a subtle but tasteful donor plaque for consistency across the township if we wanted to go that route as well. So I think there's some opportunities here, and I appreciate having the dollar figure before us. And whether we move ahead this year or in the future, I think the first place I'd like to look is the historic park, because I know that even the Heritage Committee has talked about doing some interpretive signage there in the future. So maybe there's an opportunity to put those two projects together. Oh, the Frisbee golf course. I appreciate the discussion here around the Frisbee golf course, but I think even if we remove it from something that the township builds, it doesn't preclude a group of residents if they wanted to. I don't know exactly how these things work, but if usually it's a basket of some sort in a tree, nothing by excluding it from the budget would preclude somebody from, maybe there's such a thing as a portable one. If a group of residents wanted to set up 9 baskets on the expansion lands, that would be possible with the soccer fields not being used. Does that make sense, Mr. Fowler? It could be done, but not by us.
Yes, again, you're correct. It's a very wide scope when it comes to Frisbee golf as far as the amount of money allocated to it. I guess it would just depend upon if there's a certain group that's very serious about it. There are guidelines that they request, such as, we'll say compared to a tee box on a golf course, there's a launching pad for the Frisbee to be thrown. Most of the time, the wire baskets that are used to catch the Frisbee are permanently cemented in the ground. But there are also options out there for, families to buy a 9-hole set that can be placed temporarily on park lands. I know this is currently happening at Fox Run Park. The only challenges we have is that when the parks crew show up to actually cut the grass, some time is taken to remove them all. So if there was the ask that the public kindly remove it once they're done, I really don't have any issues with allowing Frisbee golf on our, we'll say, open green spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously not to hinder whether it be a baseball game or soccer game.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. It's not that we would prevent it. It's just a matter of we'd like some cooperation from the residents who want to do this, just communication with staff and making sure that that's taken down when it's finished. So if someone set up for a weekend, no big deal. Public Works is there on Tuesday to cut the grass. They want it gone, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. And again, the high, we'll say the high dollar figure first identified toward this would be allocating a specified site just for Frisbee golf. So there are obviously cheaper options that can still be presented to the public for what we have to offer currently.
So perhaps would it be reasonable next year to look in the, I don't want to suggest maybe user fees. There may not be a fee, but there might be if someone wants to book a park for this, they could do so. And that way we know when it goes in and when it comes out. But at least maybe start it with a zero fee, but at least have an opportunity for people to book the space to set up their own course. If let's say they wanted to have a program for a half a day, we could do that, do you think?
That's definitely worth the discussion.
Okay, thank you. The space needs today, I see that's going to come forward a little later and we can have a more fulsome discussion on it then. I have a question. I don't know if I'm going, am I supposed to stick to this one page, Mr. Chair? Or the report?
The report up to page 14.
Okay, you tell me if I
Preferred.
go over. You just cut me off if I go over.
Okay, you're done. Carry on.
I know since we're not on citywide, this might be a little bit difficult for our CFO to answer, but just to help me get a handle on what we think the difference is right now, the gap between those target balances in the asset management plan and how close that's getting us to what I would consider to be a fully funded asset management plan. Like, is the 4 million fully funded, or it's just a best guess until we get citywide?
Councillor Bolomer, I feel that citywide will provide us with a more accurate assessment as to whether or not we're fully funded or not. Because with the implementation of citywide, we will be able to do various types of adjustments to all of the assets over the forecast period. As it relates to CPI adjustments and that type of information. And also there are several other plans like the roads management plan, which will impact
Okay.
some of the, like, I'm assuming it'll impact some of the replacement costs and when projects will need to be implemented. So I think a lot of that is contingent on the results of the roads management plan as well.
Okay, that's great. So I can think of this target of 2 to 4 as an interim measure, and when we get citywide up and running, we'll be able to narrow that down to a thinner line. Whereas over this, we're fully funded. Under this, we still have an infrastructure deficit. Then,
yeah, I think citywide can get us closer to providing a good analysis for council and putting the outputs that come out of the roads management plan, like the pavement condition index updates and the traffic count study updates, implementing all of that data in citywide will provide us with a better analysis of when roads need to be repaved or what the cost of roads being repaved is, and that kind of information.
oh, super. Okay. When I see the aggregate tonnage being reported and look at it over time, I've often thought, we've got with the number of pits that are licensed to 500,000 a year or 1 million or 2 million a year, you have to have, maybe I'm not cynical, but I recognize that not all the material leaving a pit is subject to the levy. There's certain, I have projects that are exempt and all sorts of things. So I know this doesn't necessarily represent the total amount of tonnage being mined every year. But when I see the change in amounts, we're slightly up right now, and I compare it to the number of new pits coming online compared to the number of old pits that are hanging around, it makes me think of comparing it to peak oil, the conversation around peak oil. There may come a day when we see these numbers decline. And that's if this were to be cut in half, we'd have a significant hole to fill up. And I'm just wondering, is there some way where we can kind of get a sense of what, I know we can't predict the economy and what the demand is actually going to be, but as we see more and more pits coming to closer to the end, like the Honidal pit, the University of Guelph pit, the Lancey, all these pits that are coming close to an end, the Rosal pit, are we preparing ourselves for the time when this number starts to go down again? Or how can we prepare for that?
Councillor Bulmer, we could phase in more of the operating aggregate levy that's currently, so the 228,000 that's currently in the operating budget, we could phase more of it into the capital budget.
But that would still leave a hole in operating then. We'd still
Yes.
have to make up that loss.
Yes.
Is there a way to capture this in citywide or some way as we're looking into the future in our 10-year planning, that this is not necessarily a guaranteed number every year and may start to go down?
I think putting more of it in the capital budget will assist with that planning.
Okay. And I saw that there's two studies that are proposed to be on levy funded, the road diet and the employment lands study. And I must admit, when I see these two side by side, I have a much stronger preference to fund with the levy the work we were doing in cooperation with the county regarding the employment land study, as opposed to the work we might be doing on the road diet, which would be spending money, our levy funds, in contrary to money that the county's already spent to produce one opinion. So it's sort of, we're starting a bun fight, and our residents are paying for both sides of the bun fight. And if I were to have to choose between these two, I think I would much sooner get behind the one we're working in consistency with the county, as opposed to contrary to the county's direction. So if we need it, I just want to put it out there that if I'd be happy to let the road diet piece go, if we end up, it's been my preference that we do one of the two rather than and it be the employment lands, because that, if successful, that creates significant long-term benefits. That's it for now. Thank you. I think I'd be past page 14 if I kept going.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Bulmer. Councillor Goida?
Thank you. I don't have too many questions on this section, but just quickly, Councillor Bulmer's already touched on this, but the piece about the citywide asset management module, the one piece about ensuring, sorry, from that chart, that initial chart on page, I think 2 or 3, where it says ensure that the asset management plan reflects true costs adjusted regularly, example actuals plus consumer price index. I know that right now that that inflation piece is not being incorporated into the long-term replacement costs in the asset management plan, and it's my understanding that the citywide asset manager module will do that. And I know that that's in place, but I guess my question is this something that will be implemented for our next budget? So I guess for the 2023 budget, will this be a change in the way that we look at the asset management piece in our, like, will this go into implementation this year? I guess is ultimately my question.
Councillor Goida, so it's a priority work plan item for the finance team, both Marala and I, both the asset management system and the budget model. Just because right now we're utilizing an Excel spreadsheet,
Yeah.
so it's really hard to.
Yeah, I can see how it must be really challenging to track it all through.
Yeah, we've definitely improved significantly with our 2019 asset management plan, in that the capital forecast incorporates those projects. It incorporates all of the inspection results, and whatnot. It's just the costing component of it as it relates to the forecast period. Putting the citywide system will allow it to just be like a click, This is what the CPI is. So this is how everything gets updated over the forecast period. So that's definitely a priority item for Morella and I for the 2023 proposed budget.
Okay, fair enough. And then my other question, I'm sorry, I can't make this stop ringing. Bear with me for 1 second. I'm just going to mute myself for one moment. Very sorry about that. My other question is just as it relates to the playground at Borum Park. I'm happy to see that this has been moved up to 2024. I guess my question with that is we have a lot of kids in the neighborhood who are really hoping to get that done quicker. But was the year 2024, is it just resources because we first have to do the PCC park plan? Or I guess I just want to understand why 2024?
I can discuss it in terms of grants that are available. So
Okay.
as it relates to the County of Wellington accessibility grant, we get 10,000 every year for accessibility projects.
Yeah.
So it's being utilized in 2022 and 2023. So it's an annual amount. So in order to obtain it,
Yeah, okay,
that's the reason.
that makes sense. Okay, and that's all my questions for this section.
Thank you, Councillor Goyda. Councillor Spools.
Yes, let's go to the Borum Park. I guess before we jump into Borum Park, I'd like to understand what the usage is at the PCC, because we do have a playground there and it's not the best, and I'm sure it doesn't meet current standards. So I'd like to get an appreciation before we jump on Borum Park to do that, to see whether we should be doing the PCC playground area, because I would think there's more kids showing up to the PCC park area than the Borum Park. But I understand where Councillor Goyda is coming from. I'm sure there's a lot of kids there, but the PCC park, there's a lot of uses and there's a lot of different activities occurring at the same time, like soccer games, baseball games, and kids accompany their parents. There's the market there as well. So I would really have a difficulty without doing a proper analysis of where would we get the best bang for our buck in terms of locating the playground. Moving on to the next item. Yeah, the county road diet, before preview. I wouldn't characterize this as a bond fund with the county. The county's consultant has put forward his interpretation of the data, and I feel there's a big gap there because they have not considered things such as diversion to Hanlon. You look at the traffic that was through there during the construction, they found there are other ways to go through there. Like right now, I look at Aberfoyle as a diamond in the rough. It has the opportunity to be more than what it can be right now, and I really would hate to stymie it without doing a proper evaluation. Now, my question to staff is, how did we establish the $20,000 cost?
Staff.
Mr. CAO?
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting there. It was just an estimate for retaining a consultant to do that level of scope of work. We didn't get any quotations or requests for proposals issued or anything like that. This was just an estimate based on experience as to what it would cost to retain a consultant to do that level of work.
Okay, my suggestion would be when council previous councils looked at the Morriston bypass, they had engaged a professor out of, I believe, University of Waterloo by the name of Woodsma. And I don't think his costs were that expensive. And I would like to suggest that we approach him to look at this area more in concert with what he was saying. I really feel passionate about this issue. In my previous presentation to county, I gave an example of what's happening at Waterdown. They have an active downtown business a group, and the traffic through there is along Dundas Street, which is quite busy, and it's a lot busier than Brock Road. So I think there's ways to do something that achieves both, and it's not a fun fight again. I have to stress that it's a relook at the data that should be considered as well. So that's my 2 cents on that. Next one is the Asymmetric Discretionary Reserve. I hear what Councillor Borum is saying, and I hear what Councillor Gordon is saying on the side. I really am concerned about making sure we got enough money. I really would hate to have all of a sudden, oops, we didn't budget enough, a big levy increase to fund it, or conversely, we've been putting in too much and we say, oops, we put in too much. So the sooner the better we get a handle on this, it's would help us out immensely. Yeah, again, the surplus deficit. I know you're doing an audit back in March 2022, but I think it would help to understand roughly what we're getting in the way of a surplus deficit. Like we've had somewhere in the order of $300,000 to $400,000 in the past years. And if we know roughly what we're going to be, and we can start shifting some of that money to other things that we think are important, such as the repaving of gravel roads or improvement of gravel roads. And where are we here? Yeah, the OCIF funding. Again, this budget right now is roughly 1.3% increase over previous budget. And if we get the funding for the allocation, I should say it's 1.3 levy increase over the previous budget, over the previous levy. If we get this budget, it gives us a lot more wiggle room to start to accomplish some of the other things we want to do. So the sooner we get that, the sooner we can start making more learned decisions on what we can and cannot have money for this year. Okay, and that's pretty well my talk. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Councillor Spools. For me, I'm the benches. I feel that, as Councillor Bulmer alluded to, sorry, I'm gonna be looking at my screen, that if we're going to replace a bench that's been donated, then we adopt that that new standard with the concrete. And as for new placement benches along the PCC, I think that can go through. That can be vetted out through the process when we do the whole grounds with that grant money. So I'll come back to council on that one for just to get a consensus on the benches. Borum, Councillor Spoolis, I understand where you're coming from. You're very correct in saying that there are more children using the PCC playset. Our director made reference to possibly not moving it because the location, although with the fencing there and the ball diamond, there were some concerns. It's ideal for parents when they are at the market and doing other activities. They can keep an eye on their kids at the park. I would ask maybe Mr. Fowler, and I don't mind putting you on the spot actually. The condition of that place at the PCC, I understand it is dated, but what's your opinion on its condition?
Its condition is overall satisfactory. It is inspected every month. There are some components that are obviously failing just due to UV damage and just overall age. It is a good recommendation to consider replacing this with a more updated, accessible, friendly structure. And the location is, as you stated, it is ideal for parents to let their children play while a ball hockey game is going on. So that was the reasoning behind the consideration to leave it as B for location.
Okay. I'd like to see staff report back. Maybe the best opportunity for an accessible playset is at PCC with this exceptional cost, and then Borum can be a more traditional playset. I'd also like to see the replacement moved up into the 2023 budget. I understand Mrs. Sand's concerns about the accessibility grant from the county, but Mrs. Sand, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a $10,000 grant annually.
Yes.
So for me to delay a project, another additional year, this is, it's a need down in that community. I hear Councillor Goyd is mentioning there's lots of kids. I believe it's in our means, to not delay a project over $10,000, but I need to see that costing on maybe an accessible place at PCC, and then a more, I hate to call it traditional, but I don't know what the wording is, Mr. Fowler, but is there, and it doesn't matter. So, and then, some more affordable options per se at Borum. Those are my comments on that. Because when I promised that little fellow from Arkle that I'd do my best to get that playset replaced, I didn't realize it was almost $250,000.
Mr. Chair, could I just help you with a bit on that funding, on the grant funding from the county?
Sure.
So the committee did approve, I believe last year, the year before, that any of the member municipalities could apply for up to 5 years of funding in 1 year, but then they would forego that for the fall. Then they wouldn't qualify for the next 4. So you get up to 50,000 at once for larger projects, and then you have to pause. You can't apply again until it still works out to 10,000 a year, but you can get all in 1 year. You get up to 50,000 in 1 year.
Mrs. Hand, remind me what the accessible is for the washroom for 2023 we've applied for? No, that'd be 2022, is it not? What do we apply for the accessibility grant from the county for fiscal year 23?
So we will be applying for the parking lot and associated enhancements such as curbing, entrance, and additional lighting at the Pussland Community Center in 2023.
So maybe council, we need to have a discussion, since we have received so much other funding from, the province, that we deviate from that and do, as Councillor Bowman mentioned, for 23, we apply for 5 years funding to do a place that in Borum. So Ms. Whitefox, can you make a note of that so I revisit that once I finish my comments? The road diet. So the corporate study plan for the county, the employment study area, this 30,000 came from a conversation with the director of planning at the County of Wellington. They are swamped with the MCR review and the Greenbelt plan potentially coming in. So the conversation, he said, once it's endorsed by county council, Pussland council, I'm just speaking specifically to the specific economic area, that they would not have the resources to narrow this study down. And the whole conversation was, well, would we be interested in cost sharing on a consultant? And I said, well, how much are we talking? He said, well, he estimated at $60,000. So I had a conversation with Glenn. I said, can we put a placeholder in for half of that? Because this all hinges on whether the province will, I don't know if it's called approval, but allow us to do the study area. And so another question I have, Ms. Hassan, if the province permits us to designate the study area, this $30,000, can it be funded through development charges?
So that's a good question, Mayor Sealy. There are lots of other projects that are funded by the administrative studies development charge. And so just based on the different projects that are utilizing that restricted reserve, it's not in very good shape over the forecast period. So that's why I didn't recommend that we utilize that reserve.
Okay. I mean, it's just, if this is very important to our community, if it's approved, it may be worth council's, it may be council's desire, even though it'll put a lot of pressure on that reserve, that if this is approved at the province. So that's a conversation I feel we could have. So does this 30,000 have to be in the budget currently, or can there be some sort of placeholder? Could we put it in with under the development charges tentatively, and then if it's approved, have a more fulsome discussion on where the funding comes from? Is that a possibility, Mrs. Sand?
It could be, if that's council's direction.
All right, so we'll I'll revisit it, Council. So I'll go in order once.
But it's only a portion of it that could be used, that could be development charge funded.
What percentage is that? Do you know offhand?
I would have to look at the development charge study.
You could report back depending on the decision made by council today, correct?
Yeah, I can let you know in a few minutes.
I don't know what pages. I'm sorry, Ms. Whitefox, I haven't been telling you what pages I'm on. The last thing I want to speak of is the Councillor Balmer touched on, maybe some other councillors, is the operating budget for the aggregate levy. And I'll speak to it more in the capital summary sheets, I believe it is. But I believe we do have to start transitioning away from having the aggregate levy in the operating budget. And I have a couple of recommendations once we get into the budget sheets. That will, in my mind, are just a transition that will take approximately 20,000 from levy increase on the capital, move it into the levy increase into the operating, and then move the grant money, the levy we receive, into the capital budget. And we'll have a little bit more discussion about that once we get to those sheets. It'll be easier to view. All right, so we'll go back up, Ms. Whitefox. Park benches. So I'm correct, Ms. Whitefox, you guys, staff need some direction on that service level increase.
Yes, so I've just made some notes that there was a request for the donated bench in Morriston to be replaced. And so I think we are just looking for a little bit of direction, if I'm not mistaken, on this item.
Specifically to the donated bench in Morrison, I believe Mr. Fowler reconditioned that bench, so it might not be necessary. You want to speak to that, Mr. Fowler?
Yes, in 2020, both benches at the corner block park were rebuilt. So the original plaques that were on the original benches were removed and placed on the new benches. Public Works rebuilt them in-house. So it was a cost-saving measure that, from what I've heard from the community, is well received and quite happy with the new benches.
So to me, I'll set the groundwork here. Is to me, I feel we need to make a decision on going forward if we want to change the style of bench to replace existing with, and then through the process we're going to be going through for PCC and all the grant money, we then can discuss opportunities for community members, community organizations to donate benches, and then I guess the onus would be on the municipality. Would then assume that, similar to any other gift we get, we replace it on an ongoing basis. So, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, we're talking about a service level increase. Can someone clarify for me what the current service level is? Is it no benches? Is it sometimes a bench? Like, what is our actual service level with benches?
Currently, I will have to admit that within my time at the township, we haven't taken the opportunity to install new benches on our own. Currently, it's just the upkeep and maintenance of the benches that were currently established through donations and other park upgrades. So I would say the service level increase would just be initially the park bench construction and install, and then obviously inspections every year, and whether it be a wood design, obviously within 10 to 15 years, consideration has to be made for board replacement. Usually if it's a steel or wrought iron design, you'll obviously just have to check for paint, cracks, things like that.
Okay, so I'm hearing that the service level is currently just a maintenance type program. And if we're going to increase service level, it would be maybe an install of a bench. I really like the idea of having it sort of be more from a resident initiation type approach. I'm sure there's a need out there or a want for that. So maybe that's just how we can start our increase in service level, is just provide an opportunity and get a policy made. And then I think the benches, again, maybe through recommendations of the park when the park phase 2 goes in.
So I'm looking for direction on if we have a bench that's old, you know, say it's all wood, do we want to, and it's our responsibility, do we want to replace it with the exact same bench, or do we want to go to a bench that has a longer lifespan and that is made of concrete with a concrete pad? That's more where I feel staff need the direction on, and then, you know, leave it at that point right there.
Okay, so for me to make a decision, I would like to see the different options of what we're talking about, because I know I can picture in my head what a wooden bench looks like. I know there's the metal benches in the Millennial Garden there. And then there's probably, you know, the Cadillac version that I don't know about. So if we can say yes, replace it with something better than what's there so that we get a longer life out of it, that would be my comment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, similar to Councillor Bailey, I think what I'd like to see is that we have a standard, we go to something that is the basic municipal bench, that if we're putting one in, it's, you know, I think of the old benches with the concrete ends and boards in between. And the basic service level would be, for that might be a stone dust or concrete paddock. I'm not sure which would be better. But also pre-decide an option for someone if they want to donate or designate a higher bench, much like, again, with the Millennial Garden. The benches that were chosen weren't chosen by the donors. They were chosen by the volunteers and approved by council, that this is the bench that you would be approving. And that way we would have both options available for us. The standard bench that we'd put in, that'd be our service level. Here's the basic thing we would put in where we determine they're needed. But if someone wanted to add one, they could choose to add the basic bench or the pre-approved, you know, higher quality or higher standard bench with a plaque. And as to Councillor Bailey's point, that's hard to do without seeing the two choices. So maybe Mr. Fowler can help me understand, the ones that were done in Morriston, were they the typical two concrete ends and boards in between, or were they something different than that?
The corner block benches that were rebuilt entirely out of pressure treated wood. The old benches were of that design, so we stayed in check with that when they were rebuilt. Public Works built the bench at the Fox Run Park accessible trail. This consists of a metal base with pressure treated boards for seating. So that's kind of the other side of the spectrum. And then as Councilor Bailey refers to, we'll say the Cadillac versions are located in the Millennium Garden.
Yep.
These are all steel, black painted. If the township was to proceed in, say, acquiring 3 to 5 benches to be placed throughout the parks, just to let you know, the costs are quite high for an all steel wrought iron bench. So 5 benches, that would almost be classified to go through capital budget. It couldn't be absorbed through operating.
Thank you. And that's not, that's, I am suggesting we need to establish what is our standard minimum bench that we'd put in. But if somebody wanted to get the Cadillac, they could put a plaque on it or whatever. So thank you. That's helpful. And by the way, I want to thank you for the work you did in Morriston. Then I appreciate that Public Works took that on. And I'm glad that the residents are appreciative of that. That's nice to see. So thank you very much. So I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. Chair. What?
Yeah, it does. I already feel what council's direction is, so
Okay.
sounds like it's going to be a report back. Councillor Goida?
I just want to confirm, Mayor Sealy, what you're looking for right now is direction from council as to, we're not suggesting that we're going to go and replace all the benches with this new bench. What I think what you're asking is, as benches come up for replacement, once they get old and are not safe anymore, as they get replaced, what would the minimum standard of the bench be that we're replacing it with? And if
Right.
that's the direction that you're looking for, I would be in favor of replacing it with the concrete pad and the concrete ends or whatever it is. Having said that, though, if there are benches that have been donated in the past that have, I'm not sure if it would be like the ones that were rebuilt in Morriston, perhaps they have a little bit of historical or sentimental value to remain sort of as they are. So if it's possible that for donated benches that already exist that perhaps don't meet this new minimum standard, if they can be rebuilt to still look and function the same, that might be a preferable approach. But in terms of just regular benches that need upkeep, I think it would be wise to replace them with this better minimum standard. And then if someone wants to donate something that is above and beyond that, that's okay too.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spillis?
Yes, I agree with Councillor Goida's assessment. We should replace benches as they deteriorate type of thing, rather with this new standard, rather than going out and replacing them wholesale. With respect to the sentimental value of benches, I think we should ask whoever provided the benches if they're willing to accept a better bench and when the time comes to replace it. So I'm okay with that, whether it's a sentimental bench or type of design for these replacements or this new standard. I'm fine with that either as well. But I agree with the other councillors that we'd like to see the design, what you're proposing for $4,000 to see what it gives us.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing is we need to have staff come back, develop our standard level bench, develop a policy that if we have a donated bench, the procedure for replacing that, which I would hope if it's donated, we would replace it with a similar one, and existing benches, we replace it with a similar style. But if it's a new bench or a new park, this is our adopted standard. And I'll stop speaking. Mr. CAO.
Yeah, maybe if it's helpful for council, what we could do is, like you said, bring back a policy. I've been looking around and there's some really good examples that some large municipalities have put together that deal exactly with this, how families or individuals can go about donating a bench. There's different levels of bench. We could say, there's the basic one, and then, a few upgrades here and there, and the time frame that's involved and how replacement works and all that. There's some really good examples of those policies already created. So we could use that as a basis and bring something back for your consideration.
Is council comfortable with that? I can't
One
see
question.
everybody. Councillor Ballmer?
Yeah, if one question of the CAO, this would not need to be part of the budget process, but in my mind, could it be part of the new, we have a budget control policy, which includes, hopefully will include some discussion of service levels. Could this then be brought back as part of that new budget preparation process as part of the service level discussion at the beginning of that process?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. White Fox, could you stop sharing your screen for a quick sec, please? So I can see the councillors. Are the councillors comfortable with that? Sounds like staff will report back at a later time. Have more information, be able to make. Good. Do we need a resolution for that, Ms. White Fox? I don't believe we do.
I'm capturing the direction from council as a part of the resolution to receive this report. So I'm listing things, and whenever you feel it's a good time to go through it, I have it here.
Are you needing any clarification on this, on these benches for now? You're okay?
I'm okay for now. Yep, thank you.
All right, okay, so then we'll go back, as far as I know, Ms. White Fox. The next item we need more clarity for staff on is the Borum Park. And I'm wondering, Councillor Spillis?
Yeah, we haven't decided on the Frisbee golf course. Staff are asking for direction on that.
Sorry, I did have a comment on that as well, and I missed it when I was scrolling. I would like to see a report back on that as well. I understand that the costing in here, and I'm not sure what page it's on, was 230,000, and they mentioned land acquisition, but I feel that 9 baskets cemented into the ground and some T blocks that you can pull out and move as the launching pad for the golf course might be something we're able to implement at Fox Run. I'd love to see the park getting more use, and so council, I'll maybe look for your direction on that, where you feel this Frisbee golf course should go. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, well, I'd love to see some way to make it work. I liked the idea of, booking a space, whether it can be a temporary setup. I'm not sure. I'd like to see it work out somehow. Borum Parks or Fox Run sounds like a good location. Not sure what the parking is along there.
Yeah, it's always about parking. Councillor Ballmer?
Yeah, nice idea, but I share Councillor Bailey's concern about the parking. And that's, perhaps in the short term, just having staff prepare a user policy or something we can look at in terms of so someone can book it, use it, take it down, just to manage with how it's already working. Because if I were to put one anywhere, I'd want to make sure there was parking, whether it would be in Badna or at the PCC. But then you have to make sure it doesn't conflict with soccer or baseball. So.
Okay, Councillor Goida?
Yeah, I tend to agree. The parking could be a concern. But I do like the idea, maybe as a starting point, and just to see what the uptake is on doing kind of like a user policy like Councillor Ballmer had suggested, and just see how it goes. And perhaps if that's going well and there seems to be, good demand for it, then, maybe in the next year after that, we can look at more seriously how we can put something maybe a bit more permanent in. That would be my thought.
Okay, Councillor Goida? Or Sapoulis, sorry.
Yeah, just a question, Councillor Gordon. You're suggesting a user policy. Like, what would you suggest be put in this policy? I'm trying to wrap my head around understanding how that would translate into people providing input.
Well, I guess if someone wanted to, my understanding, and I don't know a lot about Frisbee golf, but my understanding is that no other activities can be taking place safely at the same time as a Frisbee golf game is taking place. So I think Councillor Balmer had mentioned if they could sort of book out a park for a certain period of time where they could play without other activities taking place in the park and see how that goes, even if it's at no cost, and see what that would go like. I have no idea if that's even feasible to have that kind of booking without a fee, but I don't know. I really have no idea of what the demand for Frisbee golf is in the township.
No, that makes sense. I would agree with what you and Council Ulmer and Council Bailey have said. We should see what the feeling is out there, and if it makes sense, then we should put it someplace then where we have the parking. And so I guess a direction to staff, I guess, Mr. Mayor, would be just to look at a policy to allow the cohabitation of a Frisbee golf course at an area where there's other activities not scheduled to occur.
Okay. Staff, are you clear on that?
Yep.
Okay.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, just one
Sure.
extra piece. I wouldn't want to exclude Fox Run from this, and because I don't want to end up prohibiting the residents that are there from doing it. But just to see what the parking impact actually would be. If it's just 6 people that show up to do it, not going to be a problem. But if a tournament, a shotgun start of it could be a lot of cars. But the opportunities what we're moving towards is that we could see people setting it up at a different park on different weekends, which would be far more interesting. And but at the same time, people in Fox Run would have to be willing to accept strangers coming to their park to play Frisbee golf. Or shouldn't say their park, their local park. So, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that we have a great big park up there without any parking. So I don't want to limit people using the park by prohibiting activities. So parking's
Can I
going to
just
be,
have a comment, Mr. Mayor?
no.
Okay.
Yeah, you can, go ahead.
So, I mean, the challenge was with staff was identifying a large enough green space to begin with. Recognition was given that parking was definitely going to be a challenge. Currently, there's 0 parking, whether it be on Deer Ridge or Fox Run. So that is a major consideration. The other consideration that was given, we just have to remember that Fox Run is currently split in 2 by an accessible trail. So what I am leery against offering a large Frisbee golf course would be just the possibility of walkers, mom in a stroller walking between a Frisbee golf game. So I would be more inclined to try and come up with a solution of offering the PCC grounds, whether it be the 2 combined soccer fields when soccer isn't being played, to be offered Frisbee golf that way. That would be my recommendation.
Don't forget about Morrison Meadows and
Yeah.
Old Morrison. Lots of parking at Morrison Meadows. Could be a par 3 Frisbee golf. So anyways, we don't need to spend much more time on the Frisbee golf. They're going to come back. And
Next, ask
to
a
us.
question about
Sure.
that. Does it have to be 9 holes? Can we not just make it 3 or
Make them shorter holes. They'll fit it.
anyway?
Let's see what they come back with. Let's see what they come back with. They've heard. Now back to Borum. Councillor Bailey, you heard my comments. I'll just start with you right away. I'd like
Yeah,
to see it. Sorry.
Just a couple notes I took. Question for Mr. Fowler. Do you think there's any opportunity to reuse the current park at the PCC over at Borum?
I would recommend that it would probably be more cost efficient to just purchase new and have it installed once. It's very hard to determine once you start to try and pull metal poles out of the ground cemented, the condition they'll be in to try and reinstall. So I really feel the play structure at PCC really doesn't owe the township anything anymore. And it might be time for a send it off to sea.
Yep. Yeah, on that note, I mean, I know being involved with Whistle Stop 10 years ago, we were talking about trying to, you know, fundraise and put money toward that park. So it doesn't owe anything anymore, I don't think. On that note, I do think there's probably a lot of opportunity for community help in terms of fundraising for it or people wanting to donate toward it. So I'd like to know that we still have that on the table as opportunity to help with it. I don't know how that works from Mary's grant funding, but I do think the community would be very happy to help contribute toward it. So keep that
Which
in mind.
one?
PCC.
So that's what about the Borum one? I want to try and keep the conversation
sorry.
around Borum.
Okay, so my last point was just I thought Mike had mentioned about doing it in conjunction as a cost saving measure. So doing PCC and Borum around the same time in order to find some cost savings. So I didn't know if there are any comments on that.
I'd like to see them both go forward, but Mr. Fowler?
Yes, that's definitely a possibility that when the time comes to either quote Borum or PCC, that the two can be given a combined quote and maybe one tender given for both. It's at that time, it'll be decided upon which structure goes first and then report back the tender results.
Councillor Balmer?
Yeah, I don't know if I have much to add to this conversation on, since I will be absolutely honest, I haven't been to the Borum Park in a couple of years to get my head around what the condition is there. So I'm not sure I could add much to this.
Okay. Councillor Goida?
Yeah, I would definitely like to see both of the playgrounds proceed. I wouldn't want to, you know, I wouldn't want to jeopardize not having one by saying yes to another one. I would like to see them both go ahead.
No.
In terms of the one for Borum Park, what's there right now is a swing set, and the swing set is actually in good shape, and a slide. That's all that's there. So I don't necessarily know that some elaborate play structure is required there. Just maybe something a little bit more significant than the slide. And I actually think that the swing set that is there now could probably stay as is. There's nothing wrong with
Is it me?
that. So I don't know, $130,000 playground at Borum Park. Maybe it could be $100,000 playground at Borum Park, and the rest of that money goes towards the PCC. In any case, I don't think it needs to be one or the other. I'm hoping that we can achieve both. And I was just going to say something else, and now it's escaped me. Oh, in terms of the grant funding, I do tend to agree that holding off or waiting an extra year for that extra 10,000, if there's opportunity for us to get that grant funding like 2 years in 1 year, or you know, $20,000 in 1 year and zero in the next year, I think that's the right approach. I think that the age of the kids in the neighborhood right now warrants us doing that sooner. And I know that people, you know, neighborhoods can change over time, but right now there's a significant amount of children between, I would say, the age of 3 and 14 in the neighborhood. And I think the longer that we wait, the less use that playground might get. So the sooner we can do it, the better. And that's just my thought on it.
Thank you. Councillor Spoulos?
I like where Councillor Gord is going, is try to get both of them going at the same time. Perhaps at 2:30 it can be split, as she's suggesting. So I would go along with that. I guess in terms of the grant funding, I agree. We should try to get this done earlier than later, type of thing. 2023 would be good. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, were you thinking 2022? Is that what your thoughts were?
Well, I wasn't trying to, no, because 2022, the grant funding has been allotted to that accessible washroom in the municipal office. So then in my mind, I was thinking, did you want me to let you continue? I didn't want to steal your thunder, but I was thinking 2023, apply for the 5 years maximum that they will permit. So get the 50, and then we do the two in conjunction. We'll at least get costing on the two in conjunction. And then, maybe I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, I'll go along with that. In terms of the type of playground equipment, I'm no expert. I'm a grandfather now, but I don't know what kids like or don't like. Is there a way of canvassing somebody who's highly involved with kids to see what's appropriate for where type of thing, given we want to move out the entire PCC stuff, and as Councilor Gord is saying, the slide and the swings are still in good condition.
Mr. Schwendinger?
To answer Councilor Sapulis's question, yes, there is, and projects that have been involved in the past, what we've done is basically issue an RFP and say, here's the location, here's the target age group. Please submit something to us with 2 or 3 options of what you recommend and the costing for it for these particular locations. Then we review them and we can see, okay, well, I like this feature, that feature, don't like this, don't like that. And then we get some options from the people that put together. These are the people who build these things and create the certified ones and safe ones in areas all across the country. So that's one way to do it. That is through the suppliers. So you're getting the salesperson's point of view. But what we could do is get some input from other municipalities who've recently put in some parks, and then just get some basic design criteria from them, and then put that out to the proponents and see what we get in. And then council could take a look at it from that point.
Okay, no, that sounds a very workable solution, Mr. CEO. That's all
It's worked well in the past.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, to summarize, yeah, sure, 2023 makes sense. Both of them parallel. Move with the RFP process as the CEO suggested. In other words, you get an expert to assess what the equipment we need for each location.
We also would have to give direction to staff to apply for the full 5 years of the accessibility fund. If we want to put an accessible park at Borum, it's going to have some significant costs. Is that something council would entertain? Because that would take $10,000 away from Mary's numbers on the PCC renovation for 23. Is that correct, Mrs. Sand?
So the PCC renovation and upgrade, so the PCC park renovation and upgrade project. So basically the phase 2 project, which includes the playground at the PCC, is currently showing in 2022 in the capital budget. The phase 1 of the project was already budgeted in 2021. But that project will be, sorry, go ahead, Mayor Seeley.
So for 23, you mentioned earlier today that the accessibility grant from the county was going to be allotted to the PCC in whatever phase 2, 3, 4, 9, whatever one it was.
It's for the parking lot project at the PCC in 2023.
Right. So staff would need direction to not apply for the parking lot 10,000 funding through the accessibility fund, to apply for 5-year funding for accessibility to a park construction renovation.
Yes.
Correct. So that's the direction it would have to go. We have to find 10 grand for a parking lot if we want to do a nice play set in Borum, is what it boils down to. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I think we're really limiting ourselves by only assuming it's the accessibility grant that we can put toward the parks. Like I know Mary's super stretched, and actually one of the questions I had was if there's anything council can do to help support her grant applying process, because it's super time consuming, I know from past experience. But there are many other grant opportunities across Canada that you can tap into for playground. Like there's something about Canada Healthy Communities Initiative, Park People, Play Power Canada. So there's many other grant opportunities. So maybe we don't need to limit ourselves to that one. And
Well-
my other
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
my other comment is we really need to ask the residents, we need to ask the kids what they want in a playground. Us up here can't be deciding what the kids down here want to be playing on. Like they know what they want. They've seen stuff. They have awesome ideas. And I think somehow we're providing it for them. So we need to know what they want.
Yeah, and I agree, but what I'm trying to keep the discussion focused on is for 2023, we're only applying for $10,000 for the accessibility fund. We're also discussing doing 2 parks. So what we're trying to do, or what I'm trying to accomplish, is applying for $50,000 worth of funding for 2023. So that once we hash out everything you just mentioned, whether there's other funding grants from the province, what the playground will look like, at least, hopefully the county will have approved us for $50,000 towards such playset. So if it comes in at 80,000, then we have to come up with 30. If it comes in at 230, well, then we have to apply to these other grants. But today's discussion is about 2023. The $10,000 accessibility fund is currently being assigned to the parking lot improvements. And I was hoping the discussion would revolve around applying for 5 years funds for the playset. I'm just going to go in order, Councillor Spoulis, since if you're comfortable with that. Councillor Bummer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Councillor Goyda's input on this too, because, yeah, I must admit, I had, in my mind, I was looking at the recommendation as both getting the similar scale of play equipment, which I couldn't get my head around. But now I appreciate Councillor Goyda has clarified that, Borum Park, because it is servicing a much smaller area as well, it doesn't need to have the Cadillac of play centers there. It doesn't. And I do recall that the slide was of the biggest concern from, I believe it was a letter we received or a delegation concerned about the safety and the comfort of the slide for the kids. So yeah, I have no issue moving up the Borum Park piece. If you do them together, and there's a 80-20 split or 60-40 split, whatever the right split is between the two, and then it would make sense to maybe get more than 1 year's of accessibility funding if it's available. And because I can't guarantee that all municipalities can all apply for the all at once. I can't remember exactly how it pans out at the county. But if it ends up we're just doing Borum, I don't know if we may not be able to get the all at once, the 5 at once. They may say, oh, no, you can't get 90% of your costs covered by the grant. The idea is it's a percentage, not the majority. So yeah, I have no issue moving up the Borum Park, considering it's going to be of scale appropriate to Borum Park. And two, I guess about the accessibility grant. Yeah, if they're combined together, then maybe doing 5 years at once would be an appropriate way to do it. And perhaps we can find that other 10,000 somewhere else for the parking lot. So thank you.
You, Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I would be in favor of moving up the project if that's something that can be achieved. In terms of the accessibility grant funding, I guess just a question on that. If we're already hoping to get $10,000 from that grant funding towards the parking lot at the PCC, would it not make sense to just apply for the remaining, like if we're trying to get 5 years in 1 year, would it not make sense to just apply for $40,000 worth of grant funding so that we could still have the $10,000 towards the parking lot and then the remaining $40,000 towards the parks? Is that, I guess I don't entirely understand how how that grant funding works if you request it in advance, but would that be possible?
Councillor Goyda, I think there's certain questions that need to be asked from the County of Wellington in terms of this funding, because I've always been aware that it's yearly, but
Okay,
I can inquire further.
Mr. Chair, does that confuse things more?
No, but I know what you're trying to get clarification on. So in 23, you can't apply for 10,000 and then ask for 40 later. Like in the fiscal year 23, you have to ask for the full 50, right? So I think you're trying to separate the two projects, but
I
if
guess
it's-
I understand that we would ask for the 50, but I guess what I'm wondering is if we can allocate it to two separate things, or if it has to go all to one bulk project. And it sounds like we don't know the answer.
And I think I know what kind of direction we can give to staff. Basically, just report back with you know, going forward, we're moving up to 23, both projects, and some funding options, and then they can dive into this and figure it out. Councillor Spills.
Yes, my comment is that we got some additional sources of funding that we don't have information on, but we know it's going to be coming. The OSIP funding, if we get that, that's going to open up an opportunity for us to be able to bank money for the next year. We got the township growth as well. That's another 30,000. Then we got the surplus. I don't know what the surplus is going to look like, but if it's quite healthy as it was last year, then there's an opportunity to dig into that as well. So I like your idea about giving it to staff to go away and look at funding options. But I think there is opportunities there to make it happen without compromising the 10,000 a year. But I'm okay to let staff go and do it.
Yeah, I think that's the route to go. I also believe that, you know, post-COVID, when we finally get to post-COVID, there's going to be a recovery plan from the province and the feds, and I think there's going to be money flying around. So if we're in the situation of shovel-ready projects, as Councillor Bailey mentioned, we could take advantage of some of this funding coming down. So if council is supportive, we'll just ask that the Borum project be moved up to the 2023 budget year, and that they report back on the scope of projects and the funding. Councillor Spills, I see you twitching.
I would like to have both projects, both the PCC and Borum.
Sorry.
I'm not strictly Borum.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I mentioned both, but yes, both projects.
And if I could, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
as part of that reporting back, we also have to do an assessment to determine if what's built in Borum Park is not accessible, it may not qualify for the grant. But to make it accessible structure, is it then so too cost prohibitive, or it won't fit in the park? We have to make that assessment too. Is, you know, what's the cost comparison between accessible and not accessible? I think it was Councillor Bailey suggested, or someone previously suggested, to put the accessible one in at the PCC. And then we may not be able to get the accessibility grant for the one in Borum. I just need to make that assessment part of the reporting back.
Yes, that would be problematic if we apply for the accessibility money for Borum and then we build it in the PCC, and all of our grant money is dedicated to the PCC, like the investing in infrastructure Canada funds and the accessibility funds all go in there.
Yes.
So it gets complicated, but I hope staff understands where we're trying to go. Mr. Schwendinger?
Yeah, we definitely do. And that's an option that we would definitely be including when we would put out the RFP, is to, you can have accessible components, or you can have an entirely accessible playground as well. So we'll make sure we have multitude of options to select from, so that you can make an informed decision. But there's so many variables right now, it's pretty difficult for you to make a final decision. So if we just kind of have a general idea of what the time frame is, and ideally if both could be accessible, that's great. Or can we have accessible components at the second one? All those things we can work into what we bring forward at a future date.
The important part is the project's being moved up to 2023 as well. Just understand that, and for whatever council's in place at that time. Any other concerns from council on Borum? In play sets? No. Ms. White Fox, you've captured what you want to capture?
I believe the one, I'm just looking for clarification because I had it written down, but I'm not sure if it's changed. Is just in order to assess the equipment needed for each location, there was suggestion of maybe proceeding with the RFP process. So I'm not sure if that's still part of this at this time. Or if
I
it's just
believe-
reporting back on the funding opportunities and moving the project up.
Well, Glenn, I'll look to you for some guidance on that. I mean, we want to hear back, so I guess I would think that we wouldn't go to an RFP until we hear back. That's fair to say.
Sorry, just to clarify, hear back from the county?
Hear back from staff. We're not going to direct staff to go out as an RFP until we hear back on some options, but we have to keep in mind the time frame. I mean, we want to try and build this for 2023. So that should be ample time to query some neighboring municipalities, get some ideas on the scope of work on each park, and then come back with funding models. Is that fair
Yeah.
to say?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Is that clear now, Ms. Whitefox? I guess no RFP until later.
Okay, yep, thank you.
The county road diet and the 30,000 placeholder for the significant employment study area. Is council comfortable with putting it in as a placeholder with the DC's funding? Or I know Mary mentioned it's only a portion, but I do believe we need a placeholder in there for if this gets endorsed by both councils and the province gives us the green light. I'd just like to make sure that we're we have the budget in place for that. So maybe some comments surrounding that. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I agree. There needs to be a placeholder in there. I have no comment on where that should come from, I guess, at this point.
And Councillor Spoulos mentioned there's a lot of parts of the puzzle that haven't come through, OCIF growth, things like that. So Councillor Balmer?
Yeah, I agree. Both should be kept in as placeholders for now. I just indicating if we need to in the future take one out, my preference would be the road diet, primarily because I don't disagree with Councillor Spoulos at all. I think he's absolutely right. It's important that we get Aberfoyle to be able to achieve its full potential by getting that reconfigured so it's a livable, shoppable, walkable community. But I think the two are actually tied together in that maybe say it better. In some ways, the county's position on Aberfoyle and the road diet is contrary to the planning department's position, and I'm hoping it will be found out as we move forward with the mid-block interchange, the significant employment lands, the traffic patterns, the road patterns, everything will change, and so the county's commitment to needing 4 lanes through Aberfoyle should change if those planning approvals, if we get that significant employment lands approved as proposed by the county, and with the mid-block interchange, if we get those road improvements down the 7th and along McLean, it will make our position in Aberfoyle self-evident. So it isn't that I disagree with what Councillor Spoulos wants to achieve. I'm just, if we need to find $20,000 through this process, that's one of the places I would look first. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda?
I agree that both are important, but I share, Councillor Bailey's. I'm not sure if this isn't the most appropriate
Is that my internet?
place for them to come out of the levy, then they should.
Am I breaking up or is it?
Oh, I think it's me. Did you catch any of that? Am I breaking up?
I caught most of it.
Okay.
I
Anyway,
didn't.
I think that they should both stay in as a placeholder, but where they're funded from, that can be determined, I guess, down the budget process.
Okay. Councillor Spoulos?
No, I agree with all of what said. We'll keep both going and we can worry about the funding source at a later time.
Yeah, and the province may make the decision for us. If they don't endorse the employment study area, then we can drop that 30,000 easily, obviously, right? So county staff seems to think we'll know early 22 on where the province stands on it. So hopefully it's before our budget process. If not, we'll figure it out. Ms. Whitefox, any further clarification on that?
Sorry, was there any specific direction, or is the way that it's worded in the report sufficient?
I believe the way it's worded in the report, they're both staying in for now.
Okay,
Yeah, and kind of left it open-ended for Miss Hassan if she wanted to change where the corporate study plan would be funded from. Felt maybe not supportive of from the DCs, but we'll leave that up. We'll leave that open to you, Miss Hassan. Do you have something, Councillor Spillis? I'm looking at my other screen.
No, I'm just moving my glasses down.
All right, just saw your hand move, sorry. I believe that finishes section 15. We're going to get into the corporate capital carry forward plan summary. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Seeley.
Did you need to give a little summary of these, or would you like me just to ask council if they have questions?
Yep, if council has questions on page 15 of 111, I can share my screen. Just because, can everyone see my screen?
The first couple will probably go pretty quick. So councilors, we have the 2019 capital carry forward plan. So obviously this is just historically what happened. Is there any questions or comments on that one? I have to speak up because I can't see everybody. And
Nope.
Nope.
okay. Sorry.
Sorry, I said great.
Okay. 2020, same thing. So Councillor Bulmer, we're on page 16 of the agenda.
No
and it
questions.
Goes through all the departments. All right, any other questions from members? This is all historical stuff. So.
Yeah, so this is just all stuff that's been approved. So I'll go to the next page.
When we get to 2022, I want to take a 5-minute break. So what page are we on?
I think we're on page 20, page 18. So I have it up on my screen here. So these are also, again, capital carry forward projects that were approved in previous years.
Nothing. All right.
So now I'm on page 20 and it's the 2022 capital plan summary.
Okay, I want to take a 7-minute break for grab a glass of water, and then this, I'm sure there'll be some discussion in here. So. Welcome back. We'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Bailey.
Here.
Councillor Palmer.
Here.
Councillor Goida.
Here.
And Councillor Spillis.
Here.
All right, now we're on the 2022 capital plan summary. This is saying I'll likely take it from here, and I'll just mention each department, and then hopefully you're available for questions. I actually didn't ask if you were back yet. I just assumed. You there, Mrs. San?
I am here. Thank you.
Excellent. So for council's indulgence, we're on page 20 of the 2022 capital plan summary. I'm just going to go by department. So in that plan under building, there's only one item. Is there any concerns there? Just speak up if you have one. Under fire and rescue, we have the radio system update that we'll discuss as a pre-budget approval at a later point. So under the structural firefighting gear, any concerns there? No. General government, corporate. If I'm going too fast, just yell at me, please. Yes, next one is parks and rec. Convert lighting to LED. Parks.
I had a question about the LED.
Sure.
Just looking across all the LED replacements over the other departments, it works out to over $42,000 in cost for that. I didn't know if there was any climate change grants or anything like that that could cover some of that. And then I
So-
also, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so Councillor Bailey, we have looked at the local authority services. They're subsidiary of AMO, and they have in the past assisted us with incentive applications in terms of these types of projects. So Mr. Fowler and I will look into that to see if there are opportunities there.
Okay, is it the kind of thing too, you, if we paid for it, can it be reimbursed at a later date?
Yes, so in the past with our streetlight LED project, we received some IESO incentives, and after the project was completed, the IESO provided us with an incentive. So, and the local authority services assisted us with our grant application for that.
Great, thank you.
I had one on the similar question.
Sure, Councillor Bonner.
Yeah, the for the ORC, it identified the lights for conversion. I know other organizations have been involved in. These are sort of indoor lights or out. There's always been usually an associated assessment as to how much the lighting is actually used compared to the savings that you'll get from investing in the changeover. And I just didn't know if that kind of assessment had been done with the ORC lights, since I know they're not the most efficient in the world, but I didn't know how much they're actually used compared to street lights, which are used every night. I didn't know what the utilization of the ORC lights was to justify the expense of changing them and what the sort of payoff was.
Mr. Fowler.
Yeah, just the overall durability and longevity of LED over the fluorescent tubes. Again, the better we don't have to go up on a lift to change light bulbs is benefit enough from a maintenance perspective. So I hope that clarifies that.
Oh, this is okay. You completely changed. So here I was thinking we were talking about the ones over the ice rink, not you're talking about the ones in the gym on this. When I read the ORC, I immediately assumed it was the ones outside in the over the ice.
It would encompass all of it, both the ice, gym, change rooms, everything.
Oh, the entire, okay. Thank you.
And I can say from experience, Councillor Bulmer, that, on an overcast day with a roof over you, there were times that, you'd need the lights on. So it's not just at the nighttime for, with rentals that we've had personally. And
So I guess this is an accessibility issue to make sure the facility is accessible for those that are visually dependent.
yes.
Got it.
All right.
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor, these LED lights also help to meet our Going Green initiative and contributing to getting away from climate warming.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we're on to Public Works. So page 21. Any questions or comments there from council? No, I have some comments. I'll reserve them until give everybody else an opportunity. Okay, so if you see here under bridge and culvert inspections, we have the levy for $7,500. Yeah, I gotta move my Zoom stuff. And we have Carroll Pond and Leslie Giselle Municipal Drain for $9,000 and the concession road paving for $3,400, which I don't know what the math, that's 65, 18.9 approximately total in levy increase. We had the discussion earlier about the aggregate levy in the operating budget. I feel council should consider removing these three items from the levy on the capital, moving that money over as a levy increase on the operating budget and replacing these with aggregate levy. I feel that on the capital budget, we have more flexibility when capital projects come up to, we forecast them and fund them in the future. We can defer them. I'll give you some insight. Had 2 or 3 TAPMO executive meetings, and the former chair continues to stress that through her meetings down at Queen's Park, that OSGA is really pressuring the province to ensure municipalities use all of the levy on the capital component of their budget. So my concern isn't necessarily immediate, but my concern is if the province, because of the lobbying ability of the aggregate industry, that they stroke of a pen write in legislation that this needs to all be into our capital budget, that we would be in significant budget difficulties trying to absorb $225,000 odd. So here's an opportunity to essentially just flip them over and start reducing that number. So those are my comments. And I'll open it up to Councilor Bailey. Or maybe I should ask Ms. Hassan to, I know she just heard this, but what are your thoughts on that, Ms. Hassan? Did she hear me? Am I there?
Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute on time. It is possible to change that. It's just less levy funding in the capital budget and more levy funding in the operating budget.
Right, and as long as the royalties remain similar, so this I would expect this to be a permanent change. So next year we wouldn't see the 225. We would see that reduction in the operating, and that the amount contributed to the capital from the aggregate levy is increase the similar amount. So it's basically a swap on paper, is in my mind. Does that make sense?
Yes, it would be a swap in terms of more tax levy would go to the operating budget and less in the capital budget.
And then thus, if for some reason the province changes something, we're in a little bit better financial, for council's consideration, we're in a better financial situation if all of a sudden we have to come up with X amount of aggregate levy that is now removed from our operating budget. Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I don't have too much comment, except if it's okay with Mary, then it's okay with me. I'm not sure the significance of how that works without arrows and pictures.
Okay, I'll maybe try to explain it further. Councilor Balmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand your concern. And to me, it's just a matter of getting the proportion correct. I can't, maybe Mr. Fowler could help me understand. I can't imagine there isn't some operational portion associated with repairs to roads, to repair the damage caused by aggregate operations to the roads. There's got to be some operational component, and perhaps I think we've got it roughly 60-40 or 55-45 now. Maybe that's the wrong proportion, but if Mr. Fowler could help me out, is there not some operational expense associated with fixing up the roads from that damage?
Councilor Baller, yes, you are correct. Whether it be just, and this is not necessarily just aggregate operations, but roadside shoulder maintenance with the grader, repairing edges of asphalt. A lot of cold mix is purchased through the operating budget for, obviously, once it starts to crack, it alligates, potholes form, cold mix is used. In more severe cases where the road has to be repaired with hot mix, in the past, Public Works has had to come to council to request basically additional funding for these road repairs. So yes, these are all factors that are contributed from the heavy haul of aggregate.
So I guess what I'd be looking for is a recommendation if we implement this change, sort of some idea of what would be the appropriate and justifiable split between the two, so that I'm just hearing that 0 may not be correct there may not be 0, 100 is be the correct split. So if that makes sense, Mr. Chair, to move in your direction, I'd like to see, I don't have an issue with picking a number from the air this year. But if we're going to continue to have an ongoing transition, I'd like to get some information from staff, a report back as part of the budget process next year as to what that defendable, appropriate split between operation and capital should be as a percentage.
Thank you, Councillor Goyette.
Yeah, I don't know that I can add anything to that conversation. I like what I'm hearing from Councillor Balmer, so I would be inclined to go that way. But I would also look to staff for their recommendation as to how that affects the various things. So I'm sorry that I don't have any more to contribute to that.
Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Blomer saying we should establish a target on the split, and that's good. With respect to your suggestion of moving this money from this location and moving other money in, I accept that. That's a good way of doing it. The only thing I would say is that this is probably a one-shot deal. In other words, it works for next year, and if we don't have a similar 7,500 allocation in 2023, then it won't work, type of thing. In other words, it's a one-shot deal. It works for next year, but not work for subsequent years.
Yeah, and I understand that. I just happened to pick up on it. I thought, oh, here's an opportunity to reduce it. I think I agree with we need to find a percentage that's appropriate, but we also have to be at a percentage where if we are mandated by some provincial legislation to move it entirely over to capital, that is something that we can absorb into our budget without some astronomical tax increase. So I'd appreciate the support for this one-off this year, and then have staff report back on those two components. What's an appropriate amount as a percentage divider of the aggregate levy, and possibly an implementation plan, because it may never, it may not even be a legislative change. It may be that the aggregate dries up. If you looked at those reports earlier, the tonnage increase has been going up and up and up, and they're taking a lot of aggregate out of Puss. It's not infinite, so it has to run out sometime. So council, I'll just see if you're supportive of the three I recommended for this fiscal year, and have staff report back on a transition policy for, I can't make the motion, but for the aggregate levy to be transitioned to the capital budget and the appropriate percentages. Is that palatable? I can't see Councillor Bailey because maybe could you start your screen, please, for a moment, so I can see the councillors. I guess I can drag it up bigger. There we go. Okay, so is council comfortable with that? Do we need a resolution for that, Ms. White Fox?
I've captured it in the minutes, similar to I've captured the other direction.
Okay, so I'll just go around one more time, see if you're comfortable with that and have a clear understanding. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I am comfortable with that. I like the idea, or I see the need for a target, and an implementation plan from staff would be, appreciated.
Okay. Councillor Bulmer?
Yes. Yeah, I think our best defense is something that's based on fact that, of course it won't be, things can change, but if all municipalities make the same move, it would address the concern raised by the former chair of TAPMO. But if we all move to putting it all in capital, it would only undermine the need for us to keep some of that aggregate levy to address operational costs. So I think we need to find the defendable percentage that works as an average going forward.
Okay. Councillor Goyette?
Yes, I am in support of doing it the one-off this year and then reporting back for future years.
Okay. Councillor Spoulos?
I agree with you. I would suggest also that when we review the operating budget, if we can do it, we deliberately increase the tax levy by perhaps 0.5% or 1% just to start moving the stuff across.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. All right, I believe that's the end of the capital plan summary. Councilor Goida? Oh, you're muted.
I'm sorry about that. Maybe I missed it, but did we skip the section of the municipal office,
Oh,
which is the previous page?
maybe. Why am I not seeing it?
It's in the middle of the page there.
All right, we'll just go. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, there it is. I did it under general government. I didn't identify, I missed general government. Sorry.
That's okay. I just had a question about, sorry, but maybe someone else does in front.
You got the mic. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I just had a question about, under the municipal office, there's a section there of the municipal office design, renovation, and addition. And I know that's currently at 0 because there's some work being done on that. But then I also noticed a couple lines up from there, it says window and door replacement program of $100,000. And there isn't a, at least I don't think that there's a capital sheet for that particular project. So I don't exactly know what it entails, but what I'm wondering is if we are in the near future going to do a renovation or addition, it would likely need new doors and windows in that section. So is there an opportunity, like if we're replacing windows and doors, would it not make more sense to do them all together when we do whatever this municipal office design, renovation, and addition will be?
Councillor Guida, I can just speak to why that's there. So in the in the building condition assessment reports that were completed, I believe in 2015, this was one of the recommendations. And so to your point, it would work with the whatever happens with our municipal office.
Okay.
Renovation and upgrade. But if Mr. Fowler has anything to add to that.
Just from basically organizing all of the municipal office carry forwards. They were all identified, and with the possible renovation of the municipal office, all the identified carry forwards were going to be bundled into one and basically have everything done at the same time by the same contractor type of work. So
Okay.
that was our intention.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that $100,000 would go as far as it could if we combined it with something else. So that's perfect. Thank you.
Great. Any further questions? Anything else I missed? That's good. All right. Now we're into the capital budget sheets. Ms. Hassan, do you want to go through these individually? Just a quick summary. Is she there?
You're muted, Mary.
Sorry about that. I believe our chief building official, Mr. Harthold, is online, so he can speak to the capital budget sheet related to the septic re-inspections.
Sorry about that, Andrew.
All right, everyone can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Yeah, this capital budget sheets represent the septic reoccurring program that happens every 5 years, and we've estimated about 15,000 for this reinspection process. We will be doing an RFP in the next few weeks, actually, and we're hoping to have it done by winter, so we have a better and more accurate number to put in there. But we've kind of given some funding options. I will be bringing a report forward to council so we can decide how this can be funded at a future meeting. But if you have any direct questions regarding the septic inspection, I'd be happy to answer them. We performed this before in 2015 and 2016. Fortunately, at that time, it was funded by the province, but this one's going to have to be funded by the owners or the township.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments, council?
I would.
Councilor Bowman?
Yeah, in our discussions with the city over their water supply master plan, we asked a question about this, and they indicated that they would be coming forward with a proposal or something. They were working towards maybe paying these costs, the city of Guelph. Have we heard anything further on that?
Those are discussions that are still underway, and we hope to be having something quite shortly. They're supposed to be getting back to us with some more information.
Excellent. And with the, I can't remember, with the expansion or the extension of, or the change in the source water protection areas on the west side, on the Cambridge side, were there now any septic systems that now need to be done on the west side as well? Is that included?
I think there was a few properties added. Like I'll have the complete report when I come forward with this to show the areas that are affected.
Super.
But I think a few got added.
So if there are, I do recall that Mr. Hodges, I think his name is, from the region of Waterloo, when the region of Waterloo was asked a similar question about cost sharing, and they had no issue at all. So I would encourage staff to reach out to the region of Waterloo, because they, right from day one, they were no problem. If there was any septic, any costs associated with these inspections, they'd be willing to participate. So just want to make sure we cover that off as well.
Yeah, we'll consider all options certainly moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? All right, fire and rescue. I believe Mr. Big Rig will speak to these.
All right, I'm just want to make sure everybody can hear me.
Yep.
All right, so I was contacted by our radio vendor in mid-August concerning the lifespan of the county radio system. As the county is upgrading their radio system, it leaves us in a position where a number of our mobile radios and portable radios have to be replaced, and some just require a software upgrade. Now, my understanding is that Puss Lynch was an early adopter on the county radio system, so this accounts perhaps for a bit of an age discrepancy. We were provided with some incentive pricing to move forward in early 2022. If you have the costs in front of you, but if we do make the move and receive early budget approval, there's approximately 35% cost savings in making the change earlier in the year rather than waiting to the end of the normal budget cycle. I guess that's the best way to say it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Councilor Spoulos?
I'm good to proceed with this program to save the 35%.
Anyone else? Yeah, makes sense. All right, Mr. Big Rig, did you want to speak about the structural firefighting gear?
Sure. The bunker gear or the firefighting gear is ongoing replacement. The best lifespan that we can get out of the bunker gear with the current legislation is 10 years. We have 40 firefighters, so the plan is to replace about 4 sets of bunker gear annually to keep everything in proper rotation. There will be times when we get odd sizes and we may have to make some exceptional purchases, and some of them can't be predicted just based on the size of the firefighter. Our plan would be to rotate out the used bunker gear through Firefighters Without Borders if it meets with council's approval.
Okay, any questions or comments from council? Councilor Spoulos?
Is there any opportunity, as you suggest in last paragraph, to save money by going with other neighboring municipalities?
We're currently working on an opportunity with 4 neighboring municipalities, but I don't have a high degree of confidence in that right now. And it's only because of timing. It's not an unwillingness to work together.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Big Rig. Which one did I miss here? Corporate. Who gets to speak to this one?
Ms. Hoyt Fox is available, and I
Alright,
can assist with anything that.
this one's pretty straightforward. Ms. White Fox.
Thank you. So this is our laptop replacement program, which looks at laptops or desktops that are greater than 5 years of age. And so we have budgeted, or we're looking to budget for the replacement of 4 staff laptops, and with the election, 5 council member laptops. So the cost is detailed on the second page of the capital budget sheet.
Okay, any questions or comments on that one?
I just had
Councilor Spruce? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councilor Bailey. He always goes first.
okay. I guess my question to staff is, are we happy with this technology? Or is there any talk of, I see it as upgrading to Apple based or doing some other type of technology in the future?
So just with respect to the type of laptop, just an Apple versus the PC, we have not looked into that. It's been kind of the standard that we use the PC base with all of staff. I know there is a cost difference between the two. Apple products typically being a little bit more expensive, but if that's the direction council looks to go, we are looking at opportunities for group purchasing as well going forward in the next few years.
As I can maybe speak to that a little bit as well, as part of the services review that was done a number of years ago, there was some potential areas for sharing that were identified. One of them was IT services, and that includes hardware and software and servers and things. And that's one of the projects that the CEOs are working collectively on, is to try and standardize the devices around the county in terms of specifications and benefit from joint purchasing and different options available, those types of things. So those will be things that we'll be bringing forward to council too for your consideration when we do get to that stage.
Okay, Councilor Spruce?
Any opportunities for piggybacking with other municipalities to see if we can get a reduction in the cost?
Yes, that's part of the program, as well as, obviously all municipalities are going to be going through the election and purchasing new devices for their incoming council. So there is the opportunity to look at shared purchases, and we're definitely participating in that if at all possible.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anything further? All right. I believe the next one is the municipal office. Is that correct? Who speaks to that one?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor Seeley.
Is that you, Ms. Hassan, or is that?
It's Mr. Fowler.
So this identifies the municipal office HVAC distribution network and heat recovery replacement. This was first identified through the building condition assessment. We actually did go to tender earlier this year for this work to be done. Unfortunately, the costs came in quite a bit higher than the township had budgeted for. So it was currently put on hold for the time being. It's being brought to council's consideration for replacement for 2022, or also for the consideration of possibly determining the outcome of the municipal office renovations being tied in to conjunction with that. I will answer any questions from council.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor Spoulos?
Yeah, we're getting infrastructure funding for this for quite a bit of dollars. Is there a time limit on the infrastructure fund? In other words, if we wait until we have the office space plan and then put everything together and do this work as part of that, or do we need to do this now?
So luckily, Councillor Sapoulis, the province just issued an amending letter to, sorry, I'm just opening it up, to change the substantial completion date to December 31st, 2023. So we have time in
Okay,
terms of the grant funding.
Okay, so I guess the next question is for the CEO. Does this make sense to try to do this as part of the office renovation? Do we have the time to do that, or we still should go ahead with this thing?
At this point, it looks like it's going to work best if we incorporate it with the renovations to the office. But if that ever does, timeframes get extended out, then we still have the ability to move forward with just this, and then that new HVAC equipment would still be compatible when the renovations do take place. So our plan at this point is to incorporate with the overall project, but again, if there's a delay, then we can do it as a standalone too.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Goida?
Just one quick question. I'm just more maybe curious than anything. It has been approved for $100,000 in the infrastructure funding, but under the funding breakdown in the bottom, it only shows $78,154, and I'm just curious as to why that is.
So that relates to the design costs and the tender creation process that the consultant assisted us with in 2021. So a lot of that can be used when we go out for tender again on this project.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions? Okay. Municipal office, accessible washroom, Mr. Fowler.
Yes, so basically we were approved for grant funding to upgrade our both men's and women's washrooms. Obviously, the township is a little behind in our accessibility for offering accessible washrooms. So this is indicating that renovations will be needed to install new automated doors, which include widening both current doors. And then there will be an upgrade of the fixtures inside the washrooms to accommodate accessible features. Both washrooms will be downsized as far as fixtures go. So currently there are two toilets in the women's washroom that will be downgraded to one, and one large stall. And in the men's washroom, that will also be downgraded from a urinal and toilet to just an accessible toilet. Other projects that will be included in this, such as accessible vanity and all fixtures that coordinate with accessible standards for the washroom, push buttons, and then just new paint and ceiling tiles. I'll be happy to answer any questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Any questions from council? Looking good. All right. ORC, the LED lighting. We already had some discussion on this, but any questions from Mr. Fowler on this one? Seeing none. Parks, Mr. Fowler.
This sheet identifies the replacement of the Morrison metal bleachers. Currently, the bleachers are in fair condition. Metal framing with wood seating. The intent will be to replace both of these structures with all aluminum seating and structure. Yeah, pretty straightforward. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
I had one.
Go ahead, Councillor Bomer.
Thank you. Perhaps, I don't know if this is one for the mayor and Councillor Bailey or the Public Works Director. I noted we're looking to replace them with 6 high benches, which is good news. It suggests there's a lot of demand for that type of seating, but do we have an indication that we need that much seating at the Diamond there? Is it really that popular? That's if so, that's good news.
Counselor Bailey?
Yeah, I would say from my experience, when we've had the games pre-COVID, they were definitely used. Sort of the home team takes the one set and the visitors take the other set, and it is quite used.
We can also say that during T-ball, 38 or 40 kids running around plus parents. Now with COVID, they were spread out on chairs, but there are times they are used for sure. And I feel anyways.
Is there a timing for that installation?
Hopefully in spring or early summer of 2022.
Excellent.
Any further questions? Oh, could we get a tree planted behind them?
I can look into that.
Make sure there's enough room between the tree and the bleachers for the lawnmower to go through.
Yes, unfortunately, we had an individual plant trees too close to other benches where we had trouble cutting the grass.
That's an unfortunate circumstance. PCC, is that still you, Mr. Fowler?
Yep, just like the York, the PCC has also been identified for upgrade to LED replacement. Currently, this will involve the Alf Hales room, the main hall, and the front foyer. The kitchen will already have been upgraded by that time, and the current washrooms are also currently LED and do not need replacement. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions from council? I have one. What would be the cost of replacing those white, I don't know what they're even made of, ceiling tiles while they're doing the lights? Do you have an idea?
Not offhand. I definitely know that it'll be another capital budget sheet.
Be nice if we could get those replaced as well, but anyways, maybe, go ahead, Councillor Bailey.
Just a question, I didn't hear you say the large hall. They're not getting replaced?
Yes, the large hall is also getting replaced.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Lighting.
Would you be able to find out the cost of doing the ceiling tiles? Well, I assume they'd have a lift in there to do the lights, would they not?
Yes, I can inquire. I'm not sure if the lighting contractor would do that or if another contractor would be required, but I can look into that.
Councillor Spools?
Yes, I recall we had a discussion at council several meetings ago, and the issue was raised, I believe, by Councillor Gordon, that we should be looking at enhancing the area and not making it so drab, making it more attractive for rental purposes. Is that considered anywhere in the out-year budget sheets or out-year project sheets?
Mrs. Han?
No, I do not believe it is, but Mr. Fowler can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you are correct, Mrs. Sand. But of course, that's always open for consideration if council desires to pursue.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there was a request at that council meeting that we look at and costing it and put it forward as one of the capital projects. So I'm just wondering if we should continue to ask staff to do something about that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that report. Maybe it just slipped through the cracks, or we'll just ask now. I know we're already into the capital budget, but is that a possibility to look into that, Glenn?
Yes, it is. We could put some initial costs together and bring something forward still before we finalize the budget for council's consideration. I tend to agree with Mr. Fowler that even though the electricians are going to be there doing the lighting, that might be an expensive option to pay electrician rates to have someone be replacing tiles, right? So we'll see if there's a way that we can come up with some good pricing for that and bring something forward to council.
Council comfortable with that?
Yes, and if I could, Mr. Chair,
Sure. Council Bower?
in previous years, some of the updates or upgrades to the ceiling was done through painting of the T-bars and painting of the tiles. So it doesn't necessarily mean full replacement. If you want to just change the color or touch up from stains and things. So if you could include that option as well when you come report back on it, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, any further comments? Okay. Public Works, Mr. Fowler.
This is for 2022 engineering costs for the Leslie Road West project. This will include basically design and layout of a buried concrete pipe along the south edge of the roadway. The reasoning for this is currently the road platform is sinking into the ditch. It's a fairly substantial ditch. And the solution through our engineering company has been to bury a pipe along the south edge of the road to the Mountsburg Reservoir, backfill, and then catch basins will be placed on top to catch surface water and basically repave, shoulders rebuilt, and answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
I do.
Sorry, was that Councilor Goyda?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna turn my video off. I just wanted to ask when we did our, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. When we did our road tour last week, this is, I believe anyway, this is the stretch of road where our Director of Public Works identified what I think he called the ash tree apocalypse. And I'm just wondering if removing those dead trees can form part of the scope of this, or if that's a totally separate thing that would have to be dealt with through operating.
The scope of work for removing the trees would be hard to justify joining with this project. Currently, the area that this project will commence, there's not terribly a lot of dead trees around it. This is more to the southeast, so it would be two separate projects. But with that being said, that is a #1 priority for 2022 to start removing at least the dead ash or in the vicinity of that area, just in preparation for the 2023 construction.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bailey?
Well, I was sort of in jest, but I'm trying to picture this bridge and this big long pipe and people that pull over to fish along there. Has there been any discussion around, I don't know, widening a little bit or doing something to help the safety around there?
So currently this area is identified with cedar posts as a protection barrier to keep people from sliding into it. It's a fairly substantially deep ditch. So that is a question I can pose to our engineering department for consideration of maybe a 1.5 meter shoulder that we could have, if whether it be fishermen or just bird watchers, be able to safely pull off the road. So that's a question I can pose to our engineering.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Almost every time I drive by someone, you're right, someone's out with binoculars or fishing, and it's a neat place to pull over and observe nature there.
Okay, any further questions, or comments? No. Okay. Works, Kerr Crescent Stormwater Management Facility, Mr. Fowler?
Yes, so this project has been identified for several years now. Our engineering company did initial inspections. The township's wish was just to have all vegetation and tree removal done on site. and then just excavate the accumulated silt at the bottom of this pond and hopefully dispose of it at our wayside pit. It was determined through soil testing that the silt at the bottom of this pond is considered to be contaminated through some heavy metals and oils. The estimated cost to rehabilitate this pond actually almost tripled. This has been a carry forward project for a couple years now, just trying to come up with solutions to economically get this pond done. This pond was identified to be done more or less as a want and not necessarily as a need. This current pond is still functioning at its capable, we'll say, volumes that it's intended to hold. So proper planning and obviously budgeting, we still have time to accomplish this. But I will take any questions or hear from council's desire.
Thank you, Mr. Feller. I'm gonna go to Mr. Swendinger. This pond services an industrial park. It's my understanding that I don't believe there's even a single residential property serviced by this pond. And in the past, we entered into a construction agreement with the county to, and Councillor Bowman will be able to correct all the misinformation I'm about to provide. Cost sharing for that construction of that pond, I forget what the numbers were. And because it was servicing industrial area. Do we have any options or abilities to put the costing of this not reconsideration, remediation onto, or ask the county to pay a portion, 60%, because they're the major stakeholder on the tax base there, or some other avenue?
I'd have to take a more detailed look at what the agreement was with the county with respect to their cost sharing. I think it might be a bit of a challenge depending on the wording of the agreement, if there was any maintenance aspect to it, if it was just for the initial construction as an investment to get it started. But other than that, there are some other options that other municipalities have in place that council might want to look into, just in terms of the whole philosophy of user pay and contributing properties. So basically what there is, you could look at sewer use bylaws. You could take an approach similar to what happens with municipal drainage programs and contributing drainage areas, so that, you know, in effect, the people who that infrastructure is there for are the ones that are funding, you know, a portion of the cost or the cost in its entirety. You know, sewer use bylaw could regulate, typically what it regulates is the water quality that you allow to discharge from your property that runs down the ditch and then into the pond. So then that way there could be some cost responsibility for people who have that type of runoff. You know, a number of municipalities have similar things in place, just so that the cost for this particular service is allocated to, like I said, those who contribute to it being there, similar to user costs for recreation and other things like that, right? We could bring something forward for council to consider that way. Like I said, the costs are for the users and not spread over the whole municipality who aren't who their operations aren't resulting in this, because I think we've got other similar ponds in areas throughout the municipality for other types of developments, for example, residential developments, and the costs there are considerably less because there isn't the environmental issue associated with you know, residential areas or things like that. The primary concern associated with this is the water quality coming off of industrial areas.
So from what I'm hearing, Mr. Fowler, this pond is working as intended, and we have some time to hear back from council, as Glenn just from staff, on some options about maybe cost recovery for this.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I'll open that up to council. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I really like the idea of trying to look into some sort of program or bylaw to help with the cost recovery or user pay. And if we have the time, then let's go for it.
Councillor Bummer?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I'd be interested. I can't remember what was in the agreement regarding ongoing maintenance with the county or the users, but it sounds like what the CAO is proposing is sort of somewhat, would it be proper to characterize it as a special area rating? Is that what you're suggesting, Mr. CAO?
It wouldn't necessarily be a special area rate in terms of an annual taxation levy. It's similar to, I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of municipal drains, where
Yeah.
whenever a project is constructed, or if there's maintenance required after it's constructed, the cost for that maintenance is allocated based on a percentage of the contributing area and contributing flows to the overall cost. So it could be set up something similar to that. But what we could do is, well, the whole concept of the sewer use bylaw would be that it would encourage and actually require properties to not discharge water from their property that doesn't meet particular environmental standards, so that the problem doesn't even exist down the road. They're keeping their contaminants on their own property and not putting it on municipal property and making it a problem of others. So it's kind of a dual approach.
Thank you. Yeah, so we have to also keep in mind that this is servicing municipal roads as well, and some of these contaminants could be coming from the road. So
Correct.
I want to make sure that when we go down this path, it sounds like it's easy to do because much of that work was done as part of creating the municipal drain, where the costs were divided up 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, county, township, and businesses, and then that 1/3 to the businesses was divided up among how much they contributed or would estimate to contribute to the pond. So there's a model there, but I don't think there may not be an agreement for ongoing maintenance. I guess I'm glad you mentioned the few stormwater management areas we also have in residential areas. I guess, if we go down this path, we've got I think what's good for the goose would also be good for the gander. And if we're going to look at this for the industrial area, who already pay a significantly larger piece of the pie for when it comes to property taxes, we want to make sure even though it's a small amount, if we should maybe at least look at what this would look like if it were also done for all stormwater management areas that the municipality is responsible for.
Right. And it is, as part of the sewer use bylaw, what's put together is it complies, it's set up to ensure that property owners comply with provincial surface water standards, right? So that if the discharge coming off your property meets surface water standards, then you're good to go. It's a municipal operation cost of doing business. But if you're exceeding provincial standards, then your operation is considered to have a negative impact based on the Environmental Protection Act. So then, there might be a different course of action for that. Just to address the differentiation between different types of land use, right? Because
Understood.
ultimately they should be complying with environmental standards, and now we have a challenge because there's the potential that some might not be.
Well, yeah, in terms of what's the contaminants in the Carroll Pond, but even without those contaminants, there's maintenance requirements for the Carroll Pond, just for silt and other things that wash into there. And I agree, the benefiting parties, the cost should be attributed to the benefiting parties, which would include the county and ourselves, because we're benefiting parties from that municipal drain as well. So, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Goida?
Yeah, it sounds like the more we talk about it, the more complex things come up, but
That's what Matthew does.
I would definitely like to, if we have time and it's not super urgent, to get some information on it. My initial thought in reading this was, if there's contaminated soil in there and we clean it all up without addressing where the contamination is coming from, are we just going to have to do the same thing again in however many years? I don't know. So I think it would be good to try and address like from the source, where is the contamination coming from? And if that has to be consistent with other storm ponds in the township, then so be it. But I think it's definitely worth looking at.
Councillor Spools.
I agree with what all was said. The only point I want to add is that I believe that section of Brock Road is owned by the MTO, because there's a certain distance from the highway. They have responsibility, and the county takes over from there.
See what happened, Councillor Spools, is Councillor Balmer was talking so long, he started talking about Carroll Pond instead of the Kirk Crescent one. So the
Okay.
stormwater pond we're discussing is actually the one at Kirk Crescent, and
Okay.
within all of our
Alright.
municipal boundary.
No problem. I agree in principle, trying to get the user to pay. And then looking at eliminating the source of the contamination, as Councilor Gorda says.
I don't want to abandon the possibility of, like, start with Glenn approaching the county. At the numbers proposed here, the county's portion at 60%, if we were to absorb the remaining 40, which would be absorbing the third stakeholder, which is, oh no, I might be mistaken. Yeah, no, the province has a take on industrial lands. So their portion would be 244,800. To the county, that's easily absorbed within their budget as far as I'm concerned. And then then we focus on, the future, trying to mitigate the contaminants going into the pond. If the county can come to the dinner table with the right amount of money, and we do our service, then there isn't going to be an extra burden put on the user for the maintenance, but then we can identify, the mitigation of the runoff. So would council be supportive of Glenn approaching the county on if there's any possibility of cost sharing this initial cleanup? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, it sounded like Glenn said he would look into the past, whether there was an agreement or the beginning anyway, and just see what was in the.
Well, there wasn't an agreement for maintenance in the past. It was a cost sharing for the construction. So they recognized that the construction of the Carroll Pond benefited them. So I'm trying to tie this into, they should recognize that they need to maintenance it as well, the industrial areas, because of the significant portion of the taxes they receive from our industrial lands. And in the report that we will see on the 3rd, it shows what percentage of the industrial lands throughout the county we have, and I think we are the largest. So it was pretty significant what we're providing to the county. So to me, this is an easy one for them to absorb and help us out. So
Yeah, I'm all for approaching and finding out, starting the conversation anyway. Yep.
Excellent. Councillor Balmer?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I confabulated the two. I should have clarified the difference when I was talking. Excuse me. I wasn't around when the Kerr Industrial Park was developed. That was, my mom was on council then. So I don't know how the costs were divided up, or if they were for the Kerr one. I was just using the example of how that was done with the Carroll Pond, and I maybe shouldn't have confabulated the two, but I see it's the concept that if we're going to take an approach with one stormwater management pond, we need to look at applying that same policy to all of them, just for fairness and consistency. That's all I was trying to get at. So thank you.
Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I'm good with approaching the county. Makes sense.
Councillor Spools?
I agree as well.
10-4. Okay. Public Works, Gilmore Culvert, Mr. Fowler.
Yes, so this identifies for 2022, the replacement of the Gilmore Road culvert. This is currently quite a substantial project. It's about 25 feet down. It has currently, the center has collapsed. Our only saving grace is that we have 25 foot of cover on top of it. And in surveying and inspection work, it was also identified that a portion of this culvert is on private land, currently owned by Blue Triton. They, in discussions with them, they have been accommodating and allowing us to access their land to replace this culvert. Basically, the scope of work will be dig the old culvert out. We have to crane in a new culvert, backfill, and then upgrades to the post and wire guardrail system that encompass it. And I will take any questions from council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey? Or sorry, does anybody have any questions? Oh my goodness.
I do.
Councillor Ballmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, when you said there's 25 feet of cover over did you mean 25 feet or 25 inches of cover over the culvert?
Oh, currently 25 feet from the top of road to the top of the culvert.
Wow, I've driven over that thing many times in my life. I never noticed that was so deep.
Yes, it is.
Oh, thank you. What a project. No wonder that makes it a very expensive dig.
Okay, Councillor Spillis?
Yeah, just a question. You mentioned in your description that you're going to use cable and cedar posts, yet the project sheet says upgraded steel guide rail. So have you made a decision whether to use one or the other?
Yes, currently it is cable and post. The preferable option for replacement will be the steel guide rail.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any value in, or are you permitted to pave like the approaches to this thing for, future considerations if we pave Gilmore, or is that not appropriate?
It would be preferable just from a maintenance standpoint to either pave it all at once or wait till the time comes to, it will be returned back to gravel at this point.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? All right, next one, Mr. Fowler, Carriage Lane.
Yep, so identified through our storm pond management or inspections, this structure has been identified for, basically it's a clean out of vegetation, and one culvert needs to be replaced from a catch basin on Carriage Lane. Again, this is very similar to along the lines of the proposed Kerr Crescent storm pond. I can say as a comparison, I'm currently commencing work on the Fox Run storm pond. Basically the same type of work, just vegetation removal. We didn't have any type of soil contamination, basically due to a residential storm pond. And it actually came in considerably under budget. So I'm expecting the same type of outcome for this one. I will take any questions.
Any questions from council? No. Okay. Next one, Mr. Fowler, Little Bridge.
Yes, so this one is identified for the engineering and design for the rehabilitation of Little's Bridge. Through discussion earlier this year, we commenced a load rating test to determine the proper load rating for this bridge. It was upgraded to 29 ton. Currently, if the township was to proceed with rehabilitating this bridge, it would consist of new sides. Currently, the decking and the abutments are satisfactory, where the engineering is confident that only rehabilitation on the sides need to be done. This will get us another 20 to 25 years, and will also potentially increase the load rating up to 36 ton once this design was done. Additional work would be just guide rail approaches on either side of the bridge, and additional signage for indicating opposing traffic, please yield right away. So I will take any questions about the engineering.
Thank you. Any questions from council? No. Okay, next one, Mr. Fowler, concession 1.
Concession 1, basically it's just a minor rehabilitation of a culvert. Quite simplistic, actually. Again, identified through OSM. I will take any questions or concerns.
Is there concerns, council? Good. Believe that's the last one. All right, so on to the 2023 capital plan summary, which is on page 53 of the agenda. Any concerns in the 2023 capital plan summary?
I think Councillor Sapoulis has his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Spillis.
Yes, when are we expected to have a report by staff on the satellite fire station?
We're hoping to have a meeting with you in approximately 2 weeks.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else for 2023? How about 2024? Oh, these all change as we go anyways. 25. Does anybody have any concerns for the rest of the capital summary pages? I don't think so. What page does that take us to?
Mayor Sealy, it takes us to page 72, but page 72 is basically a summary of the previous pages on a departmental basis as it relates to the total costs for the various projects. So
Okay. Any concerns with those summary pages? I mean, they just bring everything together. This is all good. Where are we? 1 second here. All right. Any questions? Matthew is going pretty quick. I'm on page 85 of the agenda. Give me a thumbs up, Matthew, when you're on 85. Okay. This is the equipment replacement schedule. Any questions or concerns on the equipment replacement schedule? Okay. And then back into capital summary funding sources. That's all for information. And we have the 2022 proposed capital program and the approved capital program. Just speak up if you have any concerns. This is all funding information. Proposed 10-year plan. Page 89 is where I'm at. Anything? Okay.
Yep.
So now we have to go review what staff have captured, I believe, for that first report. Come on, those work. See them working. So report finance 2021-034. Ms. Hoyfox, do you have a resolution and some notes captured?
I do. Would it be helpful if I shared my screen so we could take a look at it and go through it?
Be very helpful.
So I do believe, Mr. Mayor, we do need a mover and seconder for
Can I get
this.
a mover, please. Councilor Spillis, seconded by Councilor Bailey.
All right, so the report FIN 2021-034 regarding the 2022 proposed capital budget be received. And I'm just going to go into the direction that I've captured. So the first is the township benches, that staff report back regarding township benches, including costs associated with inspections, maintenance, and replacement of existing benches, including the construction type of a basic bench. And that staff report back with a donation policy to include construction type of a higher quality bench designed for approved donations with an associated donation plaque.
I'll stop you there. Just, council, any concerns with that component of the resolution? Councillor, is that just an itch, Councillor Bowman, or is that a hand? He's good? Okay, sorry, carry on. Ms. White Fox.
The next is related to the Frisbee Golf Course. The council revised the initiative for a designated Frisbee Golf Course space to allow for further discussion during the 2023 user fees and charges bylaw process and the potential for cohabitation of a Frisbee Golf Course in an existing park.
Any concerns, council?
Could
No,
you
that's
just
good. Ms.
repeat
White
that
Fox?
second part of that?
Yes, and the potential for cohabitation of a Frisbee golf course in an existing park.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Yeah, so would it be possible, since we're not going to have is it possible, I think the discussion that I heard was that we could develop a policy for booking, like for the cohabitation of the park, could be developed separate from the user fee and charges bylaw, or does that have to be tied together?
A reservation policy, possibly?
Yeah, for safe use, safe co-use of the park, that sort of thing. My question is, can it be done separately from the, do we have to wait till next year to have the user fees and charges bylaw just to have a booking policy for it?
I'm wondering, Ms. Hassan, if there's something relating to the facility agreements that are signed when booking occurs, if that could include this, or if it needs to be done separately.
I think it would be something that I would want to speak to services staff about. But I understand what Councillor Ballmer's request is. It's just a booking policy to utilize an existing park for a Frisbee golf course, right?
That's correct. And then if we need to establish a fee in the future, we can put that through the user fees and charges bylaw. But in the meantime, if we don't need a fee, I think you got it.
So Councillor Ballmer, what I've added on to the end of that is, and that a booking policy be developed for utilizing an existing park for Frisbee golf.
Super, thank you so much.
The next item is the playground at Borum Park and the Puslinch Community Center PCC Park. The council directs staff to report back on funding opportunities, including the potential to apply to the County of Wellington for multiple years of accessibility grant funding in 2023 and associated costs, and that the playground at Borum Park and the Puslinch Community Center PCC Park projects be moved to 2023.
Comfortable with that, councillors? Okay.
Relating to the aggregate levy, the council directs staff to report back on the estimated targets for allocating the aggregate levy between the operating and capital budget relating to road rehabilitation for the 2023 budget process, and that staff fund the following tax levy funded projects by the aggregate levy: bridge and culvert inspections for 2023 in the amount of $7,500, Carroll Pond and Lessig Jassel Municipal Drain closed circuit television inspection as at number 12009 and 12010 and 12011 in the amount of $9,000, and concession 7 paving in the amount of $3,400.
And then you have to add the levy to the operating budget of the equivalent.
I'd just like to speak to just one aspect associated with the Carroll Pond component, in terms of
Sure.
that's a closed circuit television inspection. And I believe that the aggregate funds are to be used for aggregate hauling impacts. So I'm not sure if the Carroll Pond project would should be used for that purpose.
Well, the aggregate haul down that road and then they cause runoff into the Carroll Pond. All the mud they track onto Brock Road from McLean ends up in the Carroll Pond. I think is that not a close enough tie?
We could look into that and we'll report back if there is a concern. Just maybe we'll just highlight that that's a potential concern.
Sure.
Is that the permitted use of those funds. But we can report back to you.
Yep. If
But
it can be
I
done.
agree with Mr. Sands' comment that we should just verify that.
And it could be to substitute some of the costs for Kirk Crescent stormwater, where some of the runoff from the trucks go by there, go in.
Sure.
And
Okay,
then,
and just make-
sorry, Ms. Hoyt Fox, just adding Mayor Seeley's last comment as it relates to transferring those capital tax levy funds to the operating budget.
Sorry, could you just help me with that wording?
And that staff transfer the capital levy component associated with these projects to the operating tax levy.
Is it understood that because the operating budget is going to get a levy increase, that the reduction that is appropriate, like forget about the closed circuit television for now, but if we can incorporate them, this is a permanent reduction in the amount assigned from the aggregate levy to the operating budget. Is that understood?
Yes, we would ensure that future operating budgets phase
Okay.
in an amount as to how much should be utilizing the aggregate levy, just based on the other council direction related to the aggregate levy. It would be permanent.
This
Okay.
percentage split will be permanent.
Yes.
Okay.
Next, are you okay to go to the next now? Or is there
I believe-
still, okay. So the next is the radio system update. So this recommendation was made within the report already, so that council authorized a pre-budget approval of $48,235 for the radio system update in order to achieve the savings of $15,000 and to ensure continued interoperability with county-wide municipalities.
Any concerns there, council? No, okay.
The next is relating to the Puslynch Community Center LED lighting. The council directs staff to report back on the cost to enhance the Puslynch Community Center interior aesthetics and that the cost associated with replacing the ceiling tiles at the Puslynch Community Center when the LED lighting project is completed, including the possibility to paint the T-bars and maintain the existing ceiling tiles.
Any concerns there? No?
Mr. Mayor, I think Council Bummer said painting the T-bars and the ceiling tiles. Is that not correct? Mr. Pope?
Yeah, that's what has been done in the past, at least once, before they replace the tiles completely.
Okay, I've just made a slight change to paint the T-bars and the existing ceiling tiles.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Leslie Road West, asset number 22. The council directs staff to report back on the possibility to provide a wider shoulder at this location to accommodate roadside parking.
I don't know if I wanted to say accommodate roadside parking personally. Just, can we just leave that one as proceed as directed or from staff?
Why
I mean,
not
Do we
take
just
out-
say investigate or consider as part of the design?
I mean, do we want to promote? I mean, I know people fish off the bridge now, but do we want to promote people parking on it and fishing off it, like in reality, or just build it to the standard that, what's the one we just did on concession 7? What's it called? Tired. If it's built to that standard, it'll just be wider than it currently is. Mr. Fowler, will the bridge, when we replace this, will it be wider than it currently is just to bring it up to modern spec?
No, currently it will be replaced with the current road width. We're just,
Okay.
the intent of this is to stabilize the actual road subbase. And just another point, currently this stretch on Leslie is already identified with signage stating no parking. So I'm not sure the procedures that council would have to do to remove those signs if the encouragement of parking was allowed.
Just, I'd rather leave it a little open-ended to see that the design has a wider paved shoulder of something. I don't know what the wording would be, but Councillor Goida?
Could it not just say that council directs staff to report back on the possibility to provide a wider shoulder, period? Like this, and just take out the parking part?
Yeah, I like that. So if we can get a bit wider shoulder there, then that'd be nice. I fish off that bridge, Councillor Bailey. I'm not trying to submarine your recommendation.
Yeah, my
Gotcha.
intention was not to encourage parking, but just to make it safer for the use that's already existing there.
All right.
Okay, and the last is just the Kirk Crescent Stormwater Management Facility. That council directs staff to report back on possible cost recovery options related to stormwater management facility maintenance within the township, including approaching the County of Wellington regarding potential cost sharing agreements.
Comfortable with that? All right. I had a mover and a seconder, so all in favor, Councillor Bailey,
In favor, yeah. that's
Councillor
good.
Ballmer,
In favor?
Councillor Goida,
In favor?
and Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
All right, does anybody else need a 5-minute break? Or did you want to keep going? Not hearing any, let's go. All right, is this Mr. San? Report
Yes, Mayor Haley.
Finance 2021-035, a quick summary on this one?
Yes, for sure. So this came out of some of the recommendations that came out of the June 29th special council meeting. And the primary purpose is to provide a guideline for the development and control of the township's annual budget and to ensure that budget principles are adhered to. So the policy will be great just for staff and council. Everything's in one spot about regarding the process that we follow. And I would welcome any of council's questions.
Excellent. I should have got a mover for that first. I'll do that now. Councillor Ballmer and seconded by Councillor Bailey. Comments, Councillor Bailey.
Oh, I think this is wonderful. I think it helps with transparency. think it keeps us all in the know, and yeah, it's really helpful to me. So I appreciate this coming forward.
Excellent. Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions on a few points. Item 3C talks about council pre-approving a CPI increase equal to, or an increase to the total blended tax rate equal to CPI. That'd be the total blended tax rate impact to a median family home. I'm not sure I'm most comfortable with it being applied to the total blended tax rate as a pre-approval. I mean, I agree with the concept of pre-approving CPI. It's just where to apply it. I think I'd like to have a discussion, or I'd certainly be more comfortable if it was applied to the total township tax impact of the median family home as opposed to the blended. And I recognize that it'd be most prudent if this was applied to the base operating expenses, you know, pre-approve a CPI increase to the base operating expenses. That'd be the most prudent place to apply it. But I'd like to hear from other members of council, or I guess I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Chair, if we're here from other members of council about it. But I'm not comfortable leaving it at the total blended rate impact. And I have other questions if you want me to go through them now or wait.
Yeah, you might as well go through them all.
Okay.
You know what? I'm going to reverse that. I'm going to
Okay.
have some comments on that first because it might get
Yeah.
lost. Councillor Bailey, any?
No, I don't have any comment on that right now. I'd like to actually hear what the conversation is.
Councillor Goida.
I have to admit that I tried to follow the example spreadsheet that was provided to us before council, and I really had a hard time following it. And so I just don't feel like I can comment very educated without really understanding how those numbers affect one another in that spreadsheet. And so I too, I have nothing to add.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, I originally was going to suggest that we delete this clause because the rationale was we're going to have deducts coming in the operating budget that such as we had last year agreement with Hamilton with some maintenance that they agreed to take out. Then we got things that we might add in the future, such as lease costs associated with a grader if we go that way. But I agree with what Council Borum's suggestion is that we should put something in here. Everybody has a sort of the same playbook. And I agree with consideration of total tax increase on a median typical family home, not on what's proposed here. And I also like to suggest a wording rather than say staff authorizes. I'd like to say staff prepares a budget for council's consideration, a total tax increase on a median and single family home, blah, blah, blah. In other words, provide some understanding that that there is going to be some pluses and minuses.
Thank you. Just asking Courtney to share her screen. Okay, so what we're worried about here is, if I'm understanding this correctly, because I was struggling as well, is not having all the pieces of the equation and putting out a number to the public and lighting fires. But, you know, I think what Councillor Balmer is trying to say is, well, we should have some sort of placeholder so we can come out with a number that, you know, is at least somewhere remotely close. Is that the understanding of what the problem we're trying to fix? We're trying to be transparent, but we're also not wanting to go out with a proposed 5% tax increase. When we finally get all the equation numbers, we end up at 0.98. Well, we don't need to be putting out that we're proposing a 5% if that's not even remotely accurate. Correct?
Well, if I
Is that what
could,
you're
Mr. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's more what Mr. Councillor Spoulos is talking about, in that the budget is prepared, and I agree with him. Not that we're going to authorize this. It's just that the budget be prepared to include this as the starting point, and to help people understand that how this works back and forth. The simplified spreadsheet that went out, basing it on pre-approving 2% on the blended total tax rate, works backwards to about 6 or 7% increase in expenses, authorizing 6 or 7% increase in expenses. Whereas if it's applied at if we set a target of 2% or whatever, if CPI is 2% and we put that target on just the township total tax rate on a median family home, when it works back to a change in expenses, that sort of says set a target of 2.9%. Whenever you work backwards from the end, it generally allows for a greater increase at the expense level because of how things all work out through the jigs and the reels. It was just seeing what that relationship was, wanted me to think about where the target should be applied, or the objective, or whatever, as Councillor Spoulos said it, not what's pre-approved, but what the starting point is, because there's always going to be changes after that. It's just, what does the first draft include? So that we're not, because also anything below CPI at that point is a cut. So say if we don't apply at least CPI to the base operating expenses, it's a cut to base operating expenses. So we need to have something built in that this is the starting point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Claire. That makes more sense to me. I like that approach. Doing it with the CPI earlier in the process, because yes, if we're working back and it ends up being 6 or 7% of a budget increase on ours, even though ours is a significantly smaller portion of everybody's tax bill, it's still 6 or 7%. So, Ms. Hassan, from what you've heard, without, and this is not a jab, but without, you know, muddying the waters more, because some of us here are struggling to understand, including myself. Is there anything that you can bring clarity to council on this? Just
Yes, so I would agree with Councillor Bulmer's analysis in terms of I was able to work backwards and see how the CPI of 2% on the blended increase in the median and typical single family home, how that would impact operating expenses versus operating tax levy, and versus the township increase in the median and typical single family home. And so it is a higher impact when you compare it to just looking at just the township increase rather than the blended. So I would support, and I understand what Councillor Sapoulis is indicating in terms of staff bring forward a draft budget, draft operating budget that incorporates a township tax increase on the median typical single family home equal to the proposed budget year CPI. That's what we bring forward as our first draft.
Excellent. Okay. Councillor Bailey,
Oh, this is, yeah, that's starting to make a lot more sense to me. Yeah, that I agree with that. I like that idea.
Councillor Bulmer, do you need to speak again?
Oh, yes, I think Mrs. Zahn has captured it very eloquently and addressed both my concern and Councillor Sapoulis's. So thank you.
All right. Councillor Goida.
Yes, it makes much more sense now that I'm looking at the spreadsheet again with that new information. That does make a lot more sense to me. So I would agree.
Okay. Councillor Sapoulis.
Yeah, so I like to log my suggested rewording that says staff prepares a budget for council's consideration, a township total tax increase on a median typical single family home, no greater than the CPI.
Can you work with her on that section C that she's typing in right now, please?
Sure. Okay, so staff prepares a budget for council's consideration. A total township tax increase.
Hold on one sec. Consideration.
Just say consideration, a township total tax increase on a middle typical home, not greater than instead of equal. Okay, and the rest stays the same.
In a pandemic year where inflation is 0, is the expectation, can there be a somewhat of a clause in there excluding exceptional circumstances? So if staff encounter a pandemic in 2030 and it's minus 1% or 2%, they're not bound to cut services.
Mr. Mayor, the way I thought I worded this, which that's the starting point. And then staff would say, look, but we got all these other pressures that we have to add in, bang, 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 bang. Like this would work for 90% of the budgets, would it not work for exceptional years where we got, like this year so far, we're looking at a 5% increase. And I don't know, I would find difficult to support a 5% increase. This is what the governments are saying, we're inflation rate and all that sort of stuff. So even if staff prepare a 5% increase, there's no way we're going to be supporting it.
I understand. Mary or Glenn, any concerns with, tying it to CPI if it were less than, your traditional 1.9, 2%, if it were in the 0 or negative, any concerns with this wording? Or, I mean, like I'm mentioning, it'd be an exceptional circumstance, maybe once in a career, twice in a career kind of thing. I'm sure you could probably work through it, right?
Yeah, we could work through it. And if there's exceptional circumstances, we could identify that with council when we have the budget kickoff meeting, in July or whenever that's going to be taking place. We can say, based on the current situation, we anticipate this, so we suggest amending the approach as I outlined in the policy. We could address that on a one-off basis.
Okay, I'm good.
I have a question then, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
The previous wording, I identified this was only related to the operational portion of the budget. It was outside of the, before adding in the capital. I just wanted to find out from Councillor Spoulis, or does this now just mean the total, or if we change it from being just the operational, and now it's the operational and capital?
I have not changed the wording after that,
Okay.
Council Bomer. All I did was clarify the front end, and everything else stayed the same.
Super, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bomer, you have, okay. Unless there's further questions, Councillor Goyda
Nope, I'm good.
and Spoulis, I'm sure you're fine. All right, so your next comment or question, Councillor Bomer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just I think it was 5A clause talks about the 10-year capital budget and forecast. And I realize that we're currently not really able to bring the CPI into this, but we have discussed that when we move to citywide, we will be. And so I wondered if we want to make some comment here in 5A, add to 5A something regarding CPI being incorporated as well in the future.
Okay, Mrs. Sandy, do you need to speak about the implications of that, or would you be comfortable with that revision?
I am comfortable with that if that's council's direction, and that'll help with the implementation of citywide as well in terms of allocating the CPI over the forecast period.
Any objections from council? No, okay. Councillor Bomer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave it to, I guess, would be some appropriate wording for that. Okay, it's the number 11, the budget calendar, the budget preparation calendar. It doesn't specifically mention that any review of service levels, so we get a sense of what are the existing service levels when we want to talk about possibly increasing service levels. I think when we had our meeting back in June, there was some talk about the fact that the new budget process would include some high-level report about existing service levels. So council could have a discussion about that, much like we heard today from Councillor Bailey. I wasn't sure what our existing service levels were regarding benches, so I thought just putting a note in here that would be part of the budget review, the budget development process, or the early stages at least.
Yes, that's a good idea. The intent would be, if you recall, the questions that were asked at that time was, is there any service levels you want increased or decreased or added, removed, whatever. What we would be doing is at that point sending along the approved level of service policy that we're currently working on. So then right from the get-go, you could say, okay, well, we'd like to increase this or decrease whatever, and then that's what we would use from the building the budget process or building the budget for that year from that point forward.
So it's not a big ask, it's just clarifying what you're already planning to do.
That's correct, yes.
Okay,
Yep,
perfect.
we would have that. That's part of the whole question process at the first start of the budget.
So you wouldn't have an issue if we had it added into the list of.
No, I think it would be a good idea to include that.
Super. Okay, thanks. Also on the schedule, the use of engaged puslage preceded the release of the operating budget. I'm just trying to figure out is that the best time for that, or is it better to have more information out before anything goes to engaged puslage, or I wasn't sure what was the thinking behind that.
Glenn?
Well, yeah, you can do it both ways. You can get public input. Do you want to change things? Similar questions to what we would ask council at the very onset. Do you want to add, increase, decrease, eliminate, whatever? You can ask them then, or you could ask them after the fact. Here's what's planned. What do you think?
Well, and then we have public information meetings after, right?
Correct.
The engage comes first, so that's their first engagement. There's opportunities after, once there's more information available.
Mr. Sandwood, what do you think?
Well, for the user fees and charges, we also performed the public engagement prior to the public meeting. And I think it worked well in terms of getting that input. And the survey closed after the public meeting, like I believe like a week or so after the public meeting. And so that's what's being proposed with this community engagement survey as well.
Okay, so if I understand it, if I could, Mr. Chair, then what we're talking about is overlapping the two. It would open up prior to the release of the operating budget information, but it would remain open while we were having those discussions about the operating budget. It'd be hard to comment on something if you didn't know what you were commenting on. That's all, I guess, core of my question. But
Yeah,
thank you.
so Councillor Ballmer, we're actually working on the community engagement piece right now for the budget, and it will be open until after the public meeting in January as well.
Okay.
Thank you, all done.
All right, thank you. Councillor Goida?
Sorry. Sorry, I'm just trying to get myself out of full screen view here. Okay, so yeah, overall, I'm quite happy with the policy. I think it gives a lot of clarity, similar to what Councillor Bailey said. It gives clarity and consistency to the budget process, which I think will be helpful, especially for new members of council who may not be familiar with how the budget is developed over several months. So I think this is great to have. On the note of new members of council and the annual target dates, I'm just wondering how this schedule, I guess, would be affected. So for instance, next year is an election year, so there'll be there could be new members of council coming on board. So would these dates shift to ensure that potential new members of council would have input into the upcoming budget year?
Yes, Councillor Goida, that would make sense. And that has been our past practice. So perhaps we should incorporate something in the policy in terms of this comment.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a simple statement that gets built in under under section 11, that these are target dates, but will be modified during an election year to accommodate new members of council. I'm not exactly sure what the appropriate wording is, just the thought.
Well,
Yes.
and those would have to be changed if, depending on how many members run for re-election. If not, if the council becomes lame duck. Councillor Goida, you and I can attest to all the budget meetings that we had as soon as we were elected.
Yeah,
In the
yeah.
first year, it was intense right up until, oh gosh, February or March. So, yes, I guess capturing that there, but maybe I guess my statement is, it is probably mandated through some sort of election legislation that, we cannot pass the budget in the election year if we don't meet a certain criteria. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I believe there's the lame duck legislation in terms of what types of decisions can be made during an election year. So yeah, so the target dates would have to be accommodated.
I think that the wording that Councillor Goida suggested something along those lines would be appropriate, that we would not get too specific, but just say that they would be adjusted as necessary during election years.
So sorry, Mr. Chair, do we want to see that specifically, or is that captured under staff proceeding as directed, similar to us looking at the engagement piece in the timeline as well?
I'm comfortable with staff as directed because you recognize the concern, so.
Okay. Okay, and then, sorry, are we okay there?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. So.
And then the other, sorry, I'm really struggling with this full screen view. The other comment I had, just bear with me, I just have to find it back, is under 7B, F, I believe. Where it says any increase to service level or addition of new capital infrastructure requires a corresponding increase in resources and the operating budget. And I'm just wondering if this, instead of saying, I'm just wondering if it could be worded that it says may require a corresponding increase in resources and the operating budget. Does that have any implication by changing that wording?
I think it does. The point we were trying to make with this statement was that so that council has an understanding that with the staff resourcing that we have, we're maxed out at what we could do. And if there is the decision to add a service level, and if the policy says may increase, then that means it may not. So they could say, well, we want you to plow the sidewalks 3 times a day, for example. And if there's no real or appropriate allocation of additional resources with that, it's just assumed we can accommodate it, and we simply can't.
Okay. I just like, when I think of things like, for instance, with the addition of the mower, for instance, that we will talk about later in the council meeting. My understanding is by having the mower, that's a new piece of infrastructure, but it's not necessarily increasing the resources needed or the operating budget required. And maybe I'm wrong in that, but I guess I'm just wondering if there's situations where new infrastructure would not necessarily warrant additional operating funds.
So would that be,
What if we just added a statement at the end, unless analysis demonstrates it is not required?
Yeah, that's fine. I just don't want it to be necessarily automatically assumed, because there could be situations where it's
Sure.
not the case.
Well, Mr. Chair, could I just, before we lose this point,
sure,
I think this is a very, very important point, and I struggled with it as well, that it's not necessarily an increase. It could, in some cases, be a decrease, but it's certainly absolutely each time. I think if we're laying out a policy to direct staff, I think the CAO has identified a way as opposed to adding it on the end, is that it requires analysis. The addition of it always requires analysis, and that's the direction I'd like to provide staff to determine if it's an increase or if it's a decrease. But it's so that regardless, it always requires some analysis. Does that make sense, Mr. Chair?
it makes sense, because what we're trying to capture is if you add a soccer field,
Yeah.
there's additional maintenance required to the said soccer field or said facility. The example Councillor Goyda mentioned, the mower, well, our employee, instead of being in the rented tractor, he's going to be in our own grader. It doesn't necessarily necessitate an increase of the operational budget.
It'll have a decrease possibly.
Right. So but any increase in service levels or infrastructure should be accompanied by a report on the increase, the corresponding.
Exactly. It has to have this associated analysis done.
Yeah.
That's to Mr. CAO's point about it can't be a may, it has to be a must. But I think it must be an analysis, not an absolute up. We don't know if it's going to be an up or down until that analysis is done. Make sense?
What if we say capital infrastructure requires an analysis and a corresponding adjustment in
Yes.
resources?
Yes. Thank you.
An increase in service levels or additional.
Can we just say any change to service levels?
This is getting wordy.
I think we have to have a converse to that statement, because if you have a reduction in service levels, then you should do the same process. So I agree with it. You can have a statement that says any increase, blah, 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 blah. And I think you should have a converse statement to offset that as well, because if there's any reduction in service levels,
Yeah. So can we thin this down? Any increase or decrease to service levels
Change.
or addition of new township capital infrastructure requires a staff. It could be just a staff report on implications. Because then they could come back and say, well, we can decrease the, but I'm not in favor of decreasing budgets, because there's always somewhere else you can allot it, but at least you give the staff the opportunity to present that to council. And I want to get it down to just that's a staff report or staff analysis or something. I don't want this whole other. So any increase or decrease to service levels or addition of new township capital infrastructure requires, delete everything after that, Courtney, after the requires, please. Well, I don't know, or copy it so you can keep it, but I just want requires. Yeah, that's good. Requires.
What if it just said a staff report on resource and operating cost impacts?
Because those impacts could be up or down. That's what captures it all. Resource operating costs. Ms. Hassan, does that capture everything in your, will that cover both your budgets? So capital and operating, that little statement?
I thought there was another statement in operating as it relates to service levels. Sorry, it's been a while since I drafted this.
Any increase or decrease? Councillor Ballmer, Councillor Ballmer. So right now we're trying to simplify it, but any increase or decrease to service levels or addition of new township capital infrastructure requires a staff report on resources and operating cost impacts.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's
sure.
I think Ms. Husan has identified there should be one of these already in the operating portion that deals with service levels. This is I believe in the capital portion of the policy. And that's why I spoke to increase in infrastructure.
Sorry, Councillor Ballmer, I was incorrect with my comment. This is actually in the operating portion of the policy. So I apologize, Council.
Isn't it in both? Isn't there one? Because I saw this.
Well, there's another one in the capital that says any new township capital infrastructure is required to be added to the asset management plan in order to ensure replacement based on its life cycle.
Right, and we're trying to tie the two together. So maybe that's the one in the capital where it should include, it requires the assessment of the impact on the operating budget, and the same at in the operating, make sure there's an assessment based on if it's a change of service levels, what is its impact on the capital budget, that the two link back and forth to each other.
Right. So this statement as it reads right now is if you approve something in the capital infrastructure, so you add anything, soccer field, baseball field, it requires a staff report on resource and operating cost impacts, but it also captures if you increase or decrease service levels. So that's just labor, or whatever it may be, or providing things, you have to report back. So this captures everything that could happen. Glenn, what are your thoughts on the statement right there as it's written?
I'm just reading it again here. And Mrs. Sam, this is in the capital section, you said?
No, this is in the operating section.
Okay.
I think it captures what we're looking for, right, Mr. Schwendiger?
I think it does, yes.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Bailey, are you comfortable with that?
I am. I was happy to have it say any change to service levels if we want to take some words out, but I think it works.
I feel maybe we should leave it in just for the one, I don't know. I'm open to that. Counselor Ballmer?
Yes, and I think we'll link the other one back to this as well. So that each point to each other in terms of achieving the same goal.
Counselor Goida?
I'm good.
Counselor Spos?
I'm good. I guess we still haven't finished going around the table on this whole document.
No, I think I'm at Counselor Goida and then I have to come to you. There's one person.
done.
You're done? Okay,
I'm done.
you're up, Counselor Spos.
Yeah, I was going to comment on this, and I'm glad you changed the wording. And the comment I'd like to make is, we're looking at paving concession 7. That's an additional new capital infrastructure, but at the same time, I don't see it being a operating cost, positive cost impact. In fact, it should save us wear and tear on equipment and staff required to regrade. So this wording captures that rather than having a converse statement. The other comment is down the page. It says fund reallocation between the operating budget and capital budget is not permitted. The mayor just finished asking us to do something like that. I don't know if this clause obviates that. In other words, he suggested we decrease the levy from one budget and put it in the other budget. Does this clause obviate that process, or is it referring to something else?
Councilor Sapoulis, this is referring to if there's any deviation from the approved budget, that we can't reallocate the funds between the operating budget and the capital budget. So in terms of if a budget item comes over budget in capital, we can't use operating funds to fund it.
Okay, so then maybe we should just say funding reallocation budget's not permitted once approved, once or finalized.
What if we just say the approved operating budget and approved capital budget?
That's fine, that works too.
Can we make sure we share the point that he's, oh,
So it's section 8B of the policy.
Yeah, it's just further down from F. It's we discussed, it's 8B on page 98.
Yeah, the intent of this is, just as Mrs. Hand said, it's not during the development of the budget. You as council members, that's your responsibility, is to balance stuff out and move things from as you see fit. This is simply saying that once the budget is approved, we can't use capital funds to pay for operating or likewise. We have to keep it allocated as is, and that's something that's checked by the auditors when they do it as well. And this is just documenting to say that we will not be doing that. We can't do that.
Okay, that's all
Once
I have.
approved.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
perfect. Oh boy, am I gonna have Mrs. Ms. White Fox read this entire thing? Probably important. Do you mind, Ms. White Fox? Just go through each point and we'll ask. Sure.
Can I just ask a couple of questions, just in terms of council's direction? I believe the community engagement piece, there was no direction around that because the way that it's written in the report is correct. Is that what I heard? Okay, good.
I believe that is correct, as long as there's the overlapping component, which is understood. I don't know if that needs to be captured or not. You know, the time frame that you engage on post-lunch engage, if that's wrote down somewhere or not, but written, I don't know. Anyways,
I'm fine.
that was the only concern.
Okay. And then I guess we should add it in section 11 that target dates will be accommodated during an election year to accommodate the new term of council. Is that correct?
They'll be adjusted to accommodate, not accommodate to accommodate.
Yeah. Target dates will be accommodate or adjusted.
Yep. Adjusted to accommodate on election, on municipal election years.
And then I think another thing that I had heard was that in the June meeting, the council objectives direction to staff that we just want to ensure that service levels are discussed at that meeting, and they have been in the past. So do we want to incorporate that in the policy or?
It's understood, but it wouldn't hurt to include that. So just include a phrase that service levels will be reviewed.
At the June meeting, you have to mention which meeting.
Yep.
Sure.
Staff must love reading policy. Holy cow.
And then just to dot our Ts and cross our Is, Ms. Hoyt Fox, can you just add the, no, this is great regarding the service levels.
Okay.
If you can just add that the community engagement through Engage Puss Lunch. Will occur to, or will take place up until after the public information meeting. That way I can ensure that all of these recommendations are incorporated in the final policy.
Okay, do you want me to just take a moment and read this out?
Yes, please, and just stop after each point, just so I can query, query council if they're comfortable with it.
Sure. That report FIN 2021-035 regarding budget development and control policy be received, and that council adopt the budget development and control policy as amended as Schedule A to report FIN 2021-035, and that the policy be amended as follows. Section 3C, that staff prepares a budget for council consideration, a township total tax increase on the median typical single family home not greater than the proposed budget year's consumer price index inflation rate as outlined in the Ontario budget and as determined by Statistics Canada and Ontario Ministry of Finance before adding on the dedicated capital levy impact for the proposed budget year.
Any concerns there? No. Okay.
Section 5A, the 10-year capital budget and forecast is prepared based on revenue and expenditure projections using the most current information available and will be updated annually as detailed information becomes available, including an adjustment for CPI over the forecast period. Impacts will be mitigated where possible to maintain the forecast within budget guidelines.
Okay, any concerns there? No.
7F, any increase or decrease to service levels or addition of new township capital infrastructure requires a staff report on resource and operating cost impacts.
Any concerns, questions? Okay, next.
8B, fund reallocation between the approved operating budget and the approved capital budget is not permitted.
Concerns? No? Okay.
Section 11, target dates will be adjusted to accommodate on municipal election years.
That's pretty straightforward.
That
Next.
the June meeting will include discussions regarding the overall direction of service levels.
Okay.
That community engagement through Engage Puss Lunch will take place up until after the public engagement meeting.
Okay.
Next is that council repeal bylaw number 007/2020 being a bylaw to establish and define the discretionary reserves for the corporation of the township of Puss Lunch. And that the previous financial administration and budget management policy adopted by council in bylaw number 60-08 be replaced with the budget development and control policy attached as amended to Schedule A to report FIN 2021-0535.
All right.
And I'm not sure if we need that staff proceed as directed anymore, Mr. Chair. We've outlined pretty much everything in the resolution.
Yep, you remove that. All right, all in favor? Councillor Bailey? Councillor Belmer? Oh, you got a problem or you?
Yeah, sorry, I wondered if could add something, I really like when I'm reading the bylaws, how there's definitions to some of the terms. And so I didn't know if adding in some definitions would be appropriate into the policy.
Which terms are you looking for, like CPI, those kind of things?
Yeah, like anything, like I've just jotted down here, like what is, I don't know, what is base budget, assessment growth, reserves, like just some of the terms that are used throughout the policy.
That's a good idea. We can incorporate that for sure.
Okay,
Appreciate that.
all right, so all in favor, Councillor Bailey's in favor, Councillor Bulmer,
Was Councillor Bailey's suggestion added to the list of things that they're going to amend or add?
Glenn indicated that they would include it, so I didn't ask for a full vote on it.
No, I'm just, did it get written down in the motion as one of the things that we wanted to have added to the policy, just to make sure it's captured there? Since it wasn't, you didn't disagree with it.
Yeah, so if Ms. White Fox, perhaps just add, and that staff incorporate definitions in the budget management and control policy.
Thank you. I've included that.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you. In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
all right, that's carried. Grader. Mr. Fowler,
Oh, is everyone ready for this one?
maybe we should have went first. Oh, no, sometimes this works in your favor when we're tired. Summary, please.
So this report identifies actually 3 phases I have for this report. The first one will be the identification for the 1999 501 unit as identified through the asset management for replacement. The second phase would be at council through the resolution in 2017. The consideration be that Public Works continue to have this unit 502 remain within fleet. And the third consideration would be with 502 remaining in fleet, the possible addition of a roadside mower to complement this unit to basically get bang for our buck be considered. The breakdown for the reasoning is within the report. I'm not sure which phase you'd like me to begin with first, the replacement grader or the roadside mower.
Let's do the pre-budget approval, please. So,
Okay.
sorry, Ms. White Fox, are they separated by 3 resolutions? Where are they?
We have one resolution with just asking council for direction on all the items listed in the report. So however you want, I can organize the resolution.
Let's discuss the pre-budget approval for the grader. Apparently there's a demo unit. Any concerns with approval of the pre-budget spending for the grader? Councilor Bailey?
I guess my initial question is, sorry, I've got notes all over the place. I understand that for 502, the recommendation is to look for a refurbished or some sort of lease return or a used one. Has that come up as an option for this 501?
At the moment, no. The consideration was due to the fact that for the possibility of this unit being the only grader to remain in fleet, the option to go brand new was the only consideration.
Okay, so taking into account your phase 2 request, would that change the phase 1 ask, like to doing having 2 used graders?
That's a tough question. Basically, the request for a brand new grader is basically based upon the fact that will be the main unit that will be responsible for all road grading. And with the addition of a snowplow package, it is expected to be implemented in gravel road plowing, which is a definite advantage over tandem truck plowing. The end result is the grader removes more snow and ice first time around, where the benefits are we don't have to return as frequent and less material is used on the gravel roads. So this unit is definitely identified for gravel road maintenance and snow plowing in the winter.
Okay. My other question was just around regarding the lease option. Is the buyback option negotiable? Do you know?
No, basically the vendor has a determined set rate that they will appraise the unit at. So either the buyback option is if we choose to keep the unit moving forward, this is what would be required to for the remaining balance, or it just gets returned to the vendor.
Okay. Oh, I think I'll just leave it at that and hear what further discussion is. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're just going to be discussing the first item is the replacement of 1999 grader. That's how you wanted to do it right now, Mr. Chair? Just
I prefer that, yes.
okay, that's fine. Just wanted to clarify. So I don't have any issue. I think the township has a good record of taking good care of new equipment and getting maximum life out of things like graders. I know in the past we've looked at and maybe taken on some used or lease returned equipment that maybe wasn't as well taken care of by the first owner because they knew it was going back on a lease return, and it just so I think looking at the number of hours we're getting out of this equipment and the number of years we're getting out of it, I have no issue investing in a new one. And if we're going to pave the 7th, there's a good chance it'll last even longer. So I don't have an issue with the recommendation to purchase the new demo unit.
Yep, Councillor Goida.
Thanks. I just have a couple of questions about the grader. The two quotes that were received, there's a pretty significant difference between the two quotes. And I have no understanding of what the market is like for purchasing graders. So I guess my question is the Brant price a good price, or are we paying like COVID? Like, is it the same with construction? Everything is super inflated right now.
The Brant price provided is very consistent with pricing that municipalities have been receiving actually within the past 3 years. In conversations with other municipalities, including Guelph-Aramasa, that also has a similar type machine, the numbers are very comparable. So funny enough, the equipment really hasn't astronomically increased due to COVID. The reason for pre-budget approval is because there is currently a brand new unit available in stock, and for the township to wait until the middle of next year. Currently, the vendor is indicating that because whether it be rubber, steel, supplies are drying up. So yeah, that was the entire reason for the pre-budget approval request. Regarding the two price differences, basically these are the two vendors that currently build a machine that meets the township's requirements. In the heavy equipment world, Caterpillar is regarded as the Mercedes, and John Deere is regarded as the Cadillac. So you get the same performance, same end result. Caterpillar is just highly regarded, and they ask a higher price.
Okay. The existing unit that we have now, does it have a snowplow and wing, or is this this would be a totally new addition?
Years ago, it had a front plow. That was eventually let go. I can't speak to the reasons why. I do know that this unit in this package price does include the snow equipment, which will, in my opinion, dramatically increase or improve gravel roads, especially during the winter, whether it be snow plowing or ice removal.
Okay, and then just the last question I have is the existing grader. Is there any opportunity to recover any like, is it worth anything? Can we sell it at auction to recoup some money, or is it like, what will happen with it?
The option will be, it will either go to auction, like all of our equipment has in the past, and also the possibility is once the supplying vendor has a chance to look at it, they will also have a chance to maybe give a trade-in price. Unfortunately, I can't get them to provide one before I make the commitment to purchase, so.
Okay, okay, yeah, but overall, I would support this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spools.
I support this, but I'm a little bit not happy with the way the budgeting is done, and then all of a sudden we get a big hit budget-wise. Can you just explain why we're going from something that was in a budget of 350 to this number?
My estimation would be just whether it be an increase in demand in this machine, whether it be the limited amount of manufacturers that currently make this machine. And again, from my experience over the years, this is the type of machine where you purchase and it does give you 20 to 25 years if looked after. So the 350 that was indicated in the 2019 asset management, I felt was a little low. There have been some discrepancies with pricing within fleet, but to justify it, I feel once vendors get down to less than 3 vendors for a quote, there's really no negotiating any price further to what they offer.
Don't get me wrong, I think we do need a machine, and I do support analysis you've done. It's certainly a lot less expensive than lease to own. I just don't want us to be surprised again in any other equipment that we're considering purchase. Like, we should be looking at updating the costing every time you budget in accordance with that policy, the budget development policy we looked at. So that's my concern, is that we say we're going to do it, let's do it, and let's do it right, so we all know we don't get a surprise at a later date.
Duly noted.
No,
We agree.
I appreciate that, Mr. Sapoulis. I think that overall, the asset management plan has been fairly consistent as far as pricing. I think it's very hard to update a unit when its time frame is 20 plus years. So it's very difficult to keep it updated when you're not really looking for one every 10 years type of thing.
I'm not going to say anymore. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the second component, which is the retaining of the other grader versus going down to one grader. Mr. Fowler, do you want to speak to that, please?
Oh, sure. So as indicated in the report in 2017, council made the request that in 2021, Unit 501 be replaced and the consideration be made for 502 in 2024 to be released from fleet. Upon basically reviewing service levels, dependability, reliability, this unit or Public Works decision or request would be to currently keep this fully amortized machine. It's in very good condition. It's relied upon heavily in the winter seasons for immediate responses to ice road or basically ice, very icy conditions on gravel roads. The standard practice is one grader is sent to the west side, one grader is sent to the east side. And within 4 to 5 hours, we have managed to encompass the entire township, been over it once, and now we can send the regular sand trucks in safely to provide a good traction surface. This would be, in my opinion, a service level decrease as far as winter maintenance goes. If we were to release one grader, it would take basically double the time for one operator and one grader to encompass all of our gravel road system. And due to the severity of some instances where it rains on hard packed snow, it's glare ice, and whether it be school bus safety or to the general public, it's a very, very strong concern for Public Works to know that roads aren't getting treated in an appropriate time. So the ask or request would be that Unit 502 still be retained within the fleet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fowler. Councillor Bailey?
Oh, I definitely agree that there's a good need for it. I assume we have enough staffing resources to run it, since that came up in our past conversations. Yeah, I don't have any questions on it right now.
Can you answer that one, Mr. Fowler, about the staffing resources?
Yes, there has been no request for staffing to increase for the grader to be kept. Concessions are made that 2 operators are sent out in the grader, and then possibly another employee is called in for overtime to man that truck that the grader operator was operating.
It's a fluid situation. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll need overtime every time. Does it?
No. 2 graders out doing the ice roads or ice blading. I rely on then 2 operators in tandems to drive behind them in sand. So that still leaves me 2 operators to look after the asphalt during an event.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Yeah, this decision, this was interesting. I like your recommendation. I liked it even more when it was accompanied with the suggestion that if it remain on, it doesn't lead to having a second grader put on right away, but rather that we look at perhaps a future overhaul of the existing machine rather than a full replacement. Especially when I look at the hours that are on this machine, and I recognize that in our hands, the time that was supposed to retire in 2024, it still will not have reached its, basic, what I would consider minimum life of 10,000 hours probably by 2024, based on the rate we're using it now. And yet it would, in the marketplace, it would have, even now, it would have minimal value because it's getting so close to that point. So yeah, I look at it as an opportunity, as you point out. I hadn't even thought about the split in the wintertime, the east-west. And to me, it'd be more than doubling the time because that grader then has to get all the way back. I support this recommendation, and I really appreciate the fact that you're looking at the overhaul piece, because that's something that can extend the life of this machine that's well taken care of, well past the 20 to 25 year horizon. So thank you so much.
Okay. Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I also am supportive of having both graders, especially given the information that Mr. Fowler has just provided. The one question that I had, which was mentioned, I believe, in this report, that the unit 502, it's still in pretty good condition, and it will not need replacing for several years to come. But is it being recommended that we start setting aside some money each year, starting this budget year cycle, for maintenance and replacement of parts to extend it to be considered down the road.
Councillor Goida, I can speak to that, and Mr. Fowler can add to it. I guess based on council's direction today, the Unit 502 could be incorporated in the capital forecast and staff. So Mr. Fowler could, the overhaul aspect or whatnot. Myself and Mr. Fowler could discuss how it could be incorporated in the capital forecast, if that's council's direction.
I think it would be valuable to see that as we, because if it can be extended by another, 15 years or something, maybe that's excessive, maybe even 10 years, then, and if we put a little bit aside every year, then it will help. It will alleviate having to spend a big chunk of money all in one year. It'd be interesting to hear back on that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's that can be done. The two options that I am proposing is, the first one would be to consider replacement in 3 to 4 years. That is not the direction that I'm favoring. I know this machine well. I would like to be responsible and start allocating some funds for possible major component failure in the near future, just due to its hours. This would consist of, top end or bottom end engine work, transmission, or major hydraulic components that would affect its performance. I am quite confident that with some allocation of funds for repairs, this machine will serve the township for another 10 years easily. There's obviously additional maintenance costs such as oil changes, and every couple of years we have it broken down that 2 tires get replaced as needed. Those are absorbed through the operating budget. So again, this is a machine that still has lots of life, and it still has lots of opportunity to serve the township well.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Councillor Spillis?
I support your strategy that you outlined in your report. It's a very sound strategy. Unfortunately, I can't recall the conversation that was held back in 2017 and what precipitated asking that one machine be sold. But anyway, your logic's sound. It's very good. And I also support your thoughts on budgeting for these components that might fail in the future. Just a question of staff, would these components be operating or capital expenditures?
I believe it'll be a significant amount, and it's one time. So I would recommend that it go through the capital budget rather than the operating budget. And it could be funded by the asset management reserve.
Okay. Great, thank
I
you
agree
very
as
much.
well.
Sorry, Mike?
I agree with Mrs. Sam.
Okay, thank you. I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I support the report as it's presented. I'm sure, and I'm just hypothesizing, but back in 2017, weather patterns had been traditionally different than what we're encountering now with climate change. And I could see that decision being easier to make back then, that while we're getting more snow, now we're getting more rain and changing weather temperatures, so that ice is forming. That's evident in the county budget. They're using more material versus plowing. So it's ever evolving situation. So it's not a critical thing of a previous decision, but having 2 graders come due within, amortize within a year of each other is not ideal. So this is a great opportunity to spread them out. And, I think it's the right approach to put it into, these major repairs into the asset management plan, and just put this 50, I forget the number already, 502 back into the asset management plan for replacement. And it'll continue to provide good service to the community. So far we've agreed that we'll keep the 2 graders, and let's discuss this mower. and the implications. Councilor Fowler, Mr. Fowler.
Okay, so with the approval of keeping 502, it's Public Works' recommendation that the consideration be made for purchasing our own roadside mower. This will be attached to Unit 502. So this will not only benefit us keeping 502 in the winter, it now puts this unit to work in the summer. So it will be the same resources dedicated to it. The plan through Public Works will be if either the grader operator, his duties that day will either be grading gravel roads, or when his downtime is, then he will be in the other grader doing roadside mowing. Currently, the township rents a tractor and mower attachment. This is absorbed through the operating roadside maintenance budget, and currently it's about $13,000 a year. The proposed mower is $100,000 up front. This includes installation on Unit 502. This now enables the township, without increasing resources, aka manpower, to now go from cutting twice a year roadside ditches to now up to 4 times a year. This will not only benefit the township. I mean, I've currently commenced my roadside mowing. Some of the ditches require mowing again. This benefits the wintertime season. Basically, the taller the grass, the more drifting you'll have along the roadway. So if we can get out there in the middle of November, have the grass cut down again, now the snow basically blows across the road. It doesn't accumulate on the road. It's basically an operational benefit. It not only is an operational benefit, it gives us the opportunity to now go farther into the ditches where we've only done one pass in the past. It will now go right down to the bottom of the ditch line. There's numerous benefits, safety benefits regarding whether it be animals, pedestrians, at intersections along the roadside. So to me, this is a considerable investment, but this is an investment that over the long term, which is close to a 20-year life of this unit, other than replacement of the cutting blades, in my opinion, will serve the township well. I welcome any questions or comments.
Okay, Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike, for that description. I had on here a question of, do we actually need to be, increasing the mowing, and all those points you just mentioned, I hadn't thought of in terms of sort of better drainage and less drifting and reaching further. So that kind of clarifies that question for me. When you mention increasing the mowing, can you speak a little bit about duration? And I'll just tell you where I'm coming from. We get a lot of comments about turtle nesting along the roads, and that's generally between April and July. So by increasing the mowing, are we looking into increasing it during that time frame, or like you mentioned, more into November and later in the season?
So the seasonal cycles change every year. Sometimes in early spring, we have a lot of rain and warm spells where roadside grass will grow quicker. I have been in consultation with a few community members that are concerned about the turtle nesting. We usually do our first cut in mid-June. With the concerned residents, we have sent a spotter truck out beforehand to look for basically nesting turtles in the gravel shoulder. They're identified, and we kind of put a cone nearby. The operator knows that there's a nesting turtle. It would benefit the township if we could start cutting in May, cut again in July, end of August, and then around this time, that would equal the 4 durations. Other than that, we don't really come across any roadside hazards from midsummer on.
Okay. And what sort of warranty comes with the mower? You mentioned blade replacement. Can you comment on that?
Basically, all hydraulic components, the superstructure of the unit are covered up to 5 years. Hoses wear, hoses rub. So currently the township already has a hose making machine within our shop that it would be a minor inconvenience to replace a hose if it was to be damaged. Through operator training, I expect at least 2 to 3 years from the cutting edges until the need of replacement. And then the replacement blades run around $900, which is absorbed through the operating budget.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm in favor of this. I think to have a machine that can accommodate this makes a good match. So good use.
Thank you. Councillor Bomer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must admit, this is one I really struggled with when I first read the report. I here on my own farm, I always try to match the equipment, you know, the value of the equipment to the value of the job it's doing. So I really looked at this with a very critical eye when I first read this proposal. So I must admit, it really helped when I got the dollar per hour machine figures in back. That really helped because essentially we're paying, I think I figured out somewhere in the range of 90 some odd dollars an hour, if based on the $13,000 a year divided by what, roughly 140 hours that we're using the rental unit. It's costing us a fair bit an hour to run compared to putting this more on the a tractor on the grader, because I never even expected that I never even thought of cutting grass with a grader. That isn't something I do here, so I didn't think of it for the roadsides. So as I saw the machine cost per hour rates, I realized, okay, this has the potential to be to produce some cost savings, and I was equally concerned when the suggestion of increased service levels, because I hadn't heard a cry for that, but it did made me think about the fact that if our per hour machine cost is about half of what it's costing now, to your point, it's possible to double the service level for the same price for our existing costs. So that's all starting to make better sense. The other piece, which I'm glad you mentioned today, that I didn't realize when I first read the report, was of course the opportunity of being on a boom as opposed to just folding down beside the tractor. Being on a boom gives us the opportunity to do double widths, especially at the intersections. And I know across the front of my place, as a result of, you know, we're no longer spraying roadsides. There's a lot more stuff that's growing up in the ditches beyond what we're reaching with the mowers. And I can only imagine that's reducing the sight lines at a number of intersections. So, and I believe you mentioned on the tour that this could be, I guess this could be used to cut vertically as well. So can it cut brush? Can it cut on the ground and on the end of the boom running vertically, if you know what I mean? Is that what you're thinking as well?
Yes, absolutely. This machine is designed for overhead, we'll say, brush removal. In the past, it's been a challenge for Public Works to try and get, you know, overhanging branches, or we'll say broken branches that are overhanging the road. This unit has a 22-foot capability where we can reach up, grab those branches or trim those branches without the use of a bucket truck, which has been our main challenge. So this
Okay,
serves kind of double duty.
but it's only a flail mower, isn't it?
It's a flail mower, but it's also designed for, we'll say, branch removal up to 3 inches in diameter.
Oh, so this is not the typical flail mower. This is does woody brush too. Wow, okay.
Yes, three individual blades that spin. Yeah.
Oh, so it's not a flail mower. It's in the context of, it doesn't have 1,000 flails under there. It has 3, okay, it's like 3 bush hog blades with flails on the end.
That's correct.
Got it. Oh, so this is a weapon. All right. Well, thank you. That certainly helps me understand the utility of it. And as a result of, it took me a while to come around to seeing the benefit of this, but I appreciate the work that you put into answering the questions and helping me understand how this could produce some operational benefits. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Goida.
Yes, thank you. I think many of my questions have been answered already. That was a very good report. One question I had is that this mower is being proposed to be installed on unit 502, but if 502 breaks down, can it also be attached to the new unit, or is it a special, is it fairly complicated to install it?
It would take some time and probably additional funds to transfer it to 501. The reasoning that the request is 502 be utilized is that Public Works can now have a grader go out to do gravel roads, and also have the spare grader, we'll say, go out to do brushing at the same time. So we're utilizing time efficiently. If that was the case where 502 failed, depending upon the repair, the consideration will be made that 501 could accept it. That would have to be determined after analysis of time and funds to fix 502.
Okay.
But there is also an attachment that possibly could be used for the front of the backhoe in worst case scenarios. I'm leery to recommend that, as you know, the backhoe is also responsible for ditching tree, forestry, cemeteries. To have this unit dedicated to roadside mowing limits our abilities to accomplish those other tasks.
Okay. But I just mean, like, if the 502, when it comes to its end of life, it can be fitted to other pieces of equipment if the need arises.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And
Okay.
just to quickly touch on your point earlier, this is a type of investment where resources would actually decrease. Currently, if I was to go and do intersection triangles, it would require 2 to 3 employees. This would handle it with 1. So that frees me up 2 employees to tackle other jobs that the township requires.
Perfect. That was my very next question, actually, was based on that budget control policy and the analysis required in service levels when we have new capital infrastructure, how this would be affected. So you just answered that question. And I also had the question about the need for increasing the mowing to 4 to 5 times per year, which you've also answered when Councillor Bailey asked the question. So that's fantastic. And so based on all those, I would, based on what we're doing now, the mower would be paid off in 7 years, but based on the increase of 4 to 5 times per year, it would actually be paid off in like 4 years or something like that. So I see good value there, and I would be in support of this.
And again, what a dollar figure that it's very hard to put a figure on is response time. So whether it be a complaint from the public or an immediate safety concern, relying on an outside vendor through rental, there's only a certain amount of times I can acquire this machine due to its popularity with other municipalities. The response time can be immediate if it was owned by the township.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goida. Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, no, a lot of the questions have been answered. I only have 2 quick comments. I support a 7-year payback period, and also I support anything we can do to reduce operating costs by buying capital assets.
Excellent. I have one question. There are some roads in the municipality that are quite small that receive some mowing. Do you have a contingency plan if the grader doesn't fit down back street?
So earlier in September, we had a demo unit dropped off at the shop. We utilized it for 3 days. we did explore the smaller roads, and it was able to perform without a problem. So with operator, experience and courtesy, there's not a single road in the township that this unit won't service.
That's good to hear. That's excellent. Okay, well, I believe we have I guess the resolution would be to adopt. Well, what's the resolution, Ms. Whitefox?
I've drafted one, that report PW 2021-006 regarding the proposal for a grader replacement be received. The council directs staff as follows. Council authorized pre-budget approval for the purchase of replacement grader unit 1999-501 as recommended in the report. And that council authorized the retention of grader unit 2000-502 within the township fleet and that it be incorporated into the capital forecast. And that council authorized the purchase of a roadside mower attachment for grader unit 2000-502 as outlined in the report.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey, Councillor Goida and Councillor Bailey seconded. And all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
Mr. Mayor, a suggestion, do we want to approve I believe it's the staff include the $70,000 or $80,000 budget money for future refurbishment in the motion too?
I'd have to look at Mrs. Sand for that and staff.
I don't know if we need to have an exact amount. We'll just incorporate it as part of the next draft capital budget that council receives.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further? Okay, all in favor, Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
that's carried. Affirmatory bylaw.
The following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-056 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the township of Puslinch at its meeting held on the 27th day of October 2021.
Gonna move for that, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Ballmer, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor, Councillor Bailey. I saw you say it, I didn't hear you. Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
that's carried, and adjournment.
The council hereby adjourns at 1:44 p.m.
Are you gonna move for that, please? Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor, Councillor Bailey,
Yep, in favor.
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
and we are adjourned. Have a great day.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, team.